say goodbye, no. Never gonna say goodbye, no. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the lights. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. I want it all, just for the night. I live it out like I'll never die. I lose my head in the starry skies. Can't chain you down. I feel so alive. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turned me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up. It's what I waited for. Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the light. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars surround. The atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home, right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turned me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up. It's what I waited for.
Close your eyes. Would you dream for me? Some paradise. Tell me who you see, 'cause I think I do want you next to me. Want you next to me, but does this work? 'Cause I know I can't get to you. I like the chase, and I know you do too. Am I just in love with the idea of you? 'Cause I'd cross a million seas. Would you do that for me? Yeah, I'd fly this whole world twice if I could be your paradise. Close your eyes. Will you dream for me? Some paradise. Tell me who you see, 'cause I think I know what you mean to me. What you mean to me, but does this work? Only 'cause we never say what we think. Waiting for the perfect way. Time zone speak. Got me on delay. 'Cause across a million seas. Would times, and I'd run all the red lights across a million seas just to have you next to me. Paris and Tokyo, I go where I have to go. Screw geography, but would you do that for me?
I can't wait to leave this town, 'cause lately I've been feeling down. The cold nights just don't feel the same. Oh, like my life inside a car. Hit the button, drive real far. Put that record on me like, I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new night. Fight in the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you and I. Cross close and could like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. You can't wait to see me now, 'cause lately you've been feeling down. You lay awake alone at night. Oh, like your life inside a car. Forget the world and drive real far. Put that record on again. Oh, my love, it's you and I. Cross close and could like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high.
is up? What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the EPULZE Invitational, the inaugural EPULZE Invitational. We have now reached the playoff stage. We're into the semi-finals. It's Offset Esports Nexus Gaming, the first of the semi-finals. Me, Stromas, him, Hytheria, getting into it. As
Directly.
yeah, that's it. Mirage up first. That's going to be Nexus's map pick. The obviously the the Romanian team, the best Romanian team we have, as Offset's on that CT side. Trade comes out quickly. It's Snappy to still challenge. Nexus going for that A site.
Shellsy, this is an important position if you win out this battle. But Raga actually gets the return kill, or gets the return kill by Snappy. XD's still holding site with a P2K, tapping the brain of BTN. And that should be a quick round for Offset here. Yellow, the last one alive, just hiding out in Palace, biding his time, see whether he can sneak through the cracks somehow, because I feel like he doesn't really have much else that he can attempt. Sure, you can backtrack, but they've got the bomb on lock already, so this feels like a lost round for Nexus.
Yeah, definitely does. I mean, Snappy has that information as well, as you mentioned, with the little bit of a flank going on there. So Eclot left with not many choices out of Palace. Will have to shoot his way out. Does have a P250 on him, but quickly found out that Slacks gets a second kill of that round. Offset coming into this one probably as the underdogs, were placed second in Group B after beating out Infinite in that decider match just yesterday. Nexus, they dominated kind of in their group. For the most part, that was both against Into the Breach, but also against eSuba, who still are on to potentially nab a final spot, and yet they completely bombarded them, not only on their own map pick, but especially on their own opponent's map pick. 16-1, I think they won it on Nuke, which is eye-popping stuff. Feels like we could see a similar story as well, this being Nexus' map pick, but Inferno, a very strong Nexus map, which obviously is what we have coming up next with Offset picking that.
Yeah, they beat Into the Breach 16-3. They like to dominate, I guess. Yeah. Nexus, they're looking solid, so it's important that Offset got that first pistol round. No buy coming in from Nexus as well, so realistically, massive chance that Offset do tally on another to their round score. Nexus Gaming, they don't really care. They have snuck their way slowly but surely eking closer to window. They're not in entirely. Yellow just buying in this time, but I feel like this is already in a completely lost round. Those blocks are not going to do any damage. Finally, Yellow does actually sneak through and might be able to get a gun, but even that will not happen.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what you expected from that one. Nexus Gaming, even if we are talking him up, it's not going to be that damaging when you only have the Glocks. Fortunately for Offset, them getting to keep all of these rifles, you can see they're only buying up a bit of armor here, maybe some utility. It's almost a bonus round for them, where even if they lose in this round, they'll be able to buy up fully in that next one. And they'll have two goes at this. If they win this first one, though, they could really establish themselves here in the first half on that CT side. Snappy getting to underground, walks up now. Sminte straight into his crosshair. And Snappy with the opening frag yet again here for Offset. Now to follow through is Riz. He comes through to pick up that second frag. Finally traded back, but it may be too little. And a little bit too late.
Well, all the action was too much for my game to handle, and it just decided to crash on me entirely. So I'm currently staring at a black screen.
That's the worst part. Listen, you didn't miss much. Offset, they came through in the end. Obviously picking up those final couple kills as well, as sort of expected. But it's so impressive here from Offset, who, again, don't know how many times I have to highlight it, but definitely are the underdogs coming into this one. I felt like they were barely going to make it for the group, having watched that, or casted even, that Offset versus Eclot game where they did get a forfeit win in the first game, but then again kind of got blown out against one of the other sort of tournament favorites in Dynamo Eclot. But the aim here, looking a little bit promising. It feels like they are on the same page in terms of just that mechanical skill and some of the aiming being put out here from the Portuguese side. Snappy throws a savvy grenade into underground, picking back and forth. Rosen does miss a shot there.
Oh, actually taps down Snappy. Wow, what a tap, and he just keeps on trucking through. BTM might be able to get a free kill on XD as well. this is a solid position for Nexus game, and well, they have in this round a few Tech 9s, a few Glocks, that's all they work with, and now it's Rosen left alive as last with an AWP, and about to get closed down rather quickly. Done deal, and Nexus, they steal a round away.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. That's kind of what we were waiting for in some sense, right, Hyperia, where they were eventually going to shine through with the skill they have and being such established players on the international scene. Just having that skill to be able to make anything of even those types of rounds where you really aren't expecting much. Offset immediately put into a rocky position. They do get some rifles on the board, but nothing ideal right now.
Maybe that Glock entry, the two taps straight to the head. Otherwise, any other scenario, you're not killing an M4 from that kind of range. And, well, he did exactly what was needed of them. And that puts Nexus in a comfortable position. Their economy will have a bit of a boost, but Offset, they're slowly but surely creeping up mid. At least they don't let it sink into their boots. They're still playing aggressive. BTN hiding away in a little crevice before Snappy can challenge him. I like the aggression from Offset, but Nexus, they're going to show aggression now. Right onto B site. Lawnex jumps through the window. Guns one down on short, and that site all for Nexus Gaming.
Yeah, all on him as well. He keeps going. He actually picks up a second there. So even as he's traded, has caused some chaos down in market. Obviously getting that information as well. They do force Rag out of his position. Not by far, though. Offset with those free rifles. Not a great chance in this round. They might just back away, and I think that's what they're doing at this very moment. Just going for the save here, and I can't fault them either, if I'm being honest. They run off. Yeah. Still,
I don't know when one exits.
Right. They're going to be able to have a decent buy in the next round, I suppose. So not all bad, but Nexus definitely proving why they are a little bit of a scary prospect more and more. And Lawnex definitely a part of that.
Their execution onto site's just rapid. There's no real stopping it, especially when you only have one on B. I guess there's an exit frag, and they'll be happy with that. But the challenging from Nexus is just so rapid, and well, if you only have one on site, you're gonna quickly get overrun, especially with the aim that Nexus already has been shown. But Offset, they're not in a detrimental position by any stretch of the imagination. Getting a gun away there at the end does make economical matters a bit more difficult for Nexus, but Offset, you already see it, 2 pistols and one of those at P250. They don't want to buy up anything more.
That is the truth. Not sure why. I guess they're kind of going half in on this round, where they want to be able to buy up in the next instead, but then Chelsea already going down, and Simmons actually picks up a second there, so feels like they, as they half dip into this round, they never really get to compete with 2 rifles already out of it, and then Snappy obviously going down. No chance for Riz. There it is. Nexus kind of whittled them down in the way that a team like Nexus definitely have the potential to do. Slacks is there. So maybe get a couple exit frags, but at this point, Nexus's economy is growing on trees. Nonetheless, so they pick up a 3rd round. They actually don't even get 1 killed off. Look at that economy now. Oh. Almost 10k for a couple of them. Nexus looking really healthy. And looking really solid. 3-3. As they have made it 3 in a row, this is the moment where you kind of have to wrestle back control, I think. If you don't want to get this out of hand.
It does feel odd to me, right, that they had sent in the guns before they sent in the pistols in an unrecoverable position as well, because I reckon you want to play it the way so you can actually recover those rifles if the pistols do falter, or if the rifles falter, either one of those, but they didn't bunch up. They just went in all willy-nilly like, and well, Snappy might just have a meeting with Lawnex, and it's going to be a rowdy one. Thus far, they do not meet, and no altercation there just yet, but Lawnex, he's just biding his time, slowly but surely, waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Instantly lands a headshot on Rosen. That's a phenomenal entry yet again, falling on the side of Nexus and Lawnex. He's not done just yet, neither is the rest of Nexus. Let's say just easily entry onto A site.
What a monster shot that was from Lawnex as well. This young prospect that is so very exciting coming out of that Romanian scene. Still only 16, man. And just has some crazy potential. You could see it there with the rifling, but he's way more consistent than you have any right to be as a 16-year-old competing on this level of the scene. They are kind of that established tier 2, tier 3 team, and yet he's one of the top dudes in almost every game. even against some of those tougher opponents. He comes back in here, flashed in, Riz dead to rights, but it's even after just a trade, Nex is looking pretty dominant in these last couple of rounds. Offset put on pretty weak economy, and it does feel like we are going to be seeing a bit of a T-side run going on here. A couple rounds in a row already being built up, and plenty more to come.
I feel like players at such a young age, the main thing they'll struggle with is not the aim. Absolutely not. They've got that locked down playing this game 25 hours a day. But mainly the nerves is something that's really tough to deal with, because usually you only gain that by experience, and you always want to calm that player down. It seems like Lonex, he's in an incredibly calm environment, and if he feels comfortable, he does get that acceleration, and he does get that pop of potential given to him by the rest of the Nex of the BT, and he has to watch his steps because they're charging all in, but he actually guns them both out, and maybe even the 3-piece runs out of bullet before he can get Rosen.
Yeah, it does get an AK from that, I suppose, but yeah, again, it always feels a little bit insufficient in Offset's sort of demeanor. Some of these rounds, get that one kill, maybe the two in this case, but still feels very much out of sight. In a lot of these rounds, Nex is picking up a 5th in a row. And I'd feel a lot more positive on Offset's chances if they just had a round within there somewhere, right? Even if they just snuck away with one, or just made these rounds a little bit closer. But these last couple have been heavily in Nexus's favor. You can see Offset trying to mix it up. They go for a double up setup here with Rosen, obviously the established AWP player since coming in only at the end of February from For the Win. Has been playing op since then, but also snappy on it here. Will be playing towards that A site, going pretty aggressive with it. Rosen having probably spotted out one or two there in mid. Lonex and BT on highway for now.
I like that they're at least trying to change things up. They realize quickly, okay, this is not working. We have to try and change it up. And, well, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But, well, the first interaction already falling in favor of Shelsey. Getting the Palace player out. Dethroning them. Nexus. They do have mid control, so they've at least got something to play with. And most important player, Lonex, is still alive. He's the only one who's relatively low on money, because they do send him in every single time before the rest, because he's been so consistent. Right now it's BT, and actually going on, and XD, he's still holding down B site, peeking his head above, and there will be nobody there to try and give him a shaving. Yeah,
Chelsea gonna stay out of that one for now. So has that kill on his count right now in the round. 43 on the clock. Nexus stuck in mid. They need a little bit more here. They go for the peak. Short. Rosen whiffs it and punished immediately, even as Lonex is traded. Chelsea gets away with that frag. It has opened up something now as they try to head towards that B site. That would be a mistake with so many players on it. Instead, BTN establishes himself here towards the A site. So much space found. And Chelsea, the only rotate, comes in very late. BTN almost has CT. With enough time on the clock, they get the bomb down. Planted for connector. In fact, it planted that wide open spot. Could really be anywhere here next, as BTN still in CT. Gets Siminte with him. They combine for one. Siminte holds off. He gets a double spray down at the very least. That's going to be something for Raga now to work with against two. And Chelsea already damaged. They come through on separate ends. He finds one. It's only Chelsea. Raga comes again. And he wins that 1-on-2 to deliver a 6th in a row for Nexus, as they keep that train tucking. Finally, Offset make it close, but no cigar that time. It does feel as though that could have been a momentum shifter. Instead, they're forced back onto the pistols here, the CPs.
Every single time they put Nexus in some kind of shackle, they just break out of it and slap him in the face. Offset, they're not allowed to get anything here. Not a dominant position, but a decent position for them, and they still falter. Nexus, they show their individual prowess there as well, with even Lonex, because we've been talking about him the entire time, and we've been calling him the star player, at least aim-wise. They, even without him getting gunned down early in the round, they still managed to pull through, and that just shows the class that Nexus gaming carry with them. And well, Offset, they're up against a tough chance, especially with the pistols coming into this round, and Nexus slowly but surely creeping away. And their economy is taking a bit of a dent now. It's still comfortable, but at least they're getting whittled away just a bit.
Crazy part is, just looking statistically, it's Eclot is usually the star player. They are quite an op-centric team. when they have these rifle rounds, but he's just hasn't had to play around too much and hasn't really picked up the op all too often. He gets it now and gets into middle, but again, it's been these rifle players that have really stepped up without really needing to Cemente. Only a trade there, but with that double push going into ramp, it does deliver pretty open sight for Nexus. In fact, Slacks had no idea how deep they'd gone into it. The rotations, yet again, a little bit, maybe a step behind here. The usual for offset. Deagle's not to deliver too much damage. And yet again, Nexus picking up around. This one not quite as close. But that streak is looking a little bit deadly now.
Offset in a incredibly tough position with only 3 rounds, and that's mainly due to the pistol. They've not really won a gun round, and well, Chelsea's not even going to win that gunfight up close and personal. At least there's a trade there, and maybe a recovery of the gun, but BTN will quickly make sure that Offset get put in the box where Nexus like them the best. This is a round that matters a lot for Offset. This is the start. They have to get this round, and then a lot more on that as well. But XLO, so funny to me that he's only on 1 kill, and you've just got Raga and Lon X on 12 apiece.
Would you believe me if I said he averages like a, what was it, a 1.18 HLTV rating on average during his time with the team? Excello, that is. When he's got 1 kill in 10 rounds. He's just not been needed. Here he comes. Does miss that shot. So I feel like I'm always there. Ragging on him again. Not necessarily. Considering they have one of those 7 in a row. But then Rosen comes in and Offset might just set a stop to this streak of Rosen. Back alive. The Opper. So seemingly best Nexus version. BTN getting naded out. And this felt like the opposite round. On opposite day. Nexus the ones to get shut out. And BTN left all alone with way too many to kill off. He faces them up here in middle. Double peek comes through. He doesn't expect both. Why would you? Snappy to deliver a free K in that round. And essentially the round alongside El Rosen.
And that's almost a way for Offset back into this game, right? If they actually start popping off the same way that Nexus have been in that individual performance. Because it doesn't really feel to me... Sure, yes, okay, Nexus has been quick going onto site, but it's mainly their entries, mainly their aim duels, not necessarily the thinking behind it. And then Offset, they either have to pop off in the brain department or just in the mechanical department and start hitting the same kind of shots as they are. And this is at least a start for them. Got a bit fortunate with Zello missing the shot at the get-go, but Offset, they want to take control at mid yet again. BTN is going to fight for it, but there will be 2 players starting to hold this man back, but there will be 3 to counter it. Nexus, this is an important push mid. Chelsea shuts it down by his lonesome Zello. Slowly but surely peeking around the corner. Chelsea not to overstep his mark because they've got a dominant position. Then he peeks out and puts a bullet in the brain. Finishes the life of Zello.
Cemente, yet again, it feels like one of those rounds. Nexus getting shut out by quite some margins. Chelsea showed up massively. You mentioned it with a nice double spray down there in middle to kick it off, but just finishing it off nicely. Felt like instead of everyone on Offset kind of slowing down after those initial 3 rounds, now we're seeing basically every part of this Offset team all come alive at the same point. With Nexus, that reliance on just a few of them, it's starting to give them a couple issues. Necessarily, I don't necessarily believe in Excello now when he's alone, or even when he's just taking a 50-50. I mean, gotten off to a slow start. That almost applies for someone like BTN as well. Even if usually they are probably the stronger players. Snappy, again! Double spray down in mid, turns around. He actually does some damage there as well. Rosen will finish that one off. As Offset have found a second win on this CT side. It's Cemente and Excello to at least give them a chance here in the round, Nexus, but finding an uphill battle nonetheless. Excello delivering that bomb from mid now, being held down, up and up. El Rosen, it's undecided. He finally goes down, but quickly traded. So that bomb left in jeopardy, to say the least.
Well, Cemente just going to get a neck shot executed from behind. Chelsea will be the judge and the executioner here, and he decides Cemente's fate will be a face full of dust. Nexus, they're starting to falter now, and as you say, that individual prowess from them starting to falter, because I pointed out like 3 rounds earlier that, well, Zello was on 1, he's currently on 3, Raga and Lon, they've together only have a combined to 1 extra kill. So Offset, they're starting to fight back and put Nexus in some change where they can't break out of anymore. And they're going to go perhaps for a quick push B with a Mac 10 up in play as well. This could get overwhelming for Offset, so they need to make sure that they've got it locked down, at least with a Molly. And that's going to slow down the advance just a bit. And indeed, they do halt in apps.
Yeah, now next though looks like he really wants to move on. But he's standing in a more forward position. Riz playing here from a tight angle. Peeks out just in time. Nobody checks for him initially. Oh, and he picks up a second as well. That's all of them shut down. Nexus have been completely dismantled. In the matter of rounds, it's been 4 in a row for Offset, who I did not expect to have, again, the second win, the second uprising. As the underdog team, you don't typically see this, but they've adapted, and they've seemingly been able to really hinder that entry ability of Nexus, and they don't seem to have a plan B right now as we're 7 tied.
And their plan right now is also not great. They're about to run into the malls of Snappy. He wants to put them through the mulcher. At least gets down 2 blinded, and Lornex will at least recover a kill there. But Chelsea still short, and Lornex, he decides he wants to go for the deagle. At least gets the kill, but not necessarily unscathed. Lornex, this is where you have to show your pop potential. This is where you need to come through for your team. You do have Raga to try and back you up, but a Mac 10 and a deagle is all that you've got to play with. And well, good luck trying to make that work. At least they'll find the avenue into jungle. That's completely empty. Offset. They just slowly but surely are waiting for Nexus to jump into the scopes, and the information is going to be so valuable here. You want to preserve your life the best that you can, and it seems like they're doing so, and even aware and perfect time on the lawn X, surely that puts the bullet in the round as well.
Yeah, it feels like it, Ragged, with so much to do on only the deagle. We know he has that skill on him, but actually, if he makes it to that B site, I think he might have a bomb plan in him. Rose, it will be all about the timing here. He gets away, though, but with the time slowing down, or with the time going to close to nil. Oh, my goodness. I was going to say Riz was over there, but he was looking the wrong way. Raga, having hit that shot with a deagle, comes back out towards short now. Here's those steps in market. They get out. Raga, with so much to do still. 2 more frags coming through. He picks up 1. It's a Rosen who finally shuts him down. And that's with plenty of time left. Despite no defuse kit, they pick up an 8th round. Out of nowhere, Offset came right back. It did get close in that round, Raga, with a good attempt. But Nexus really slowing down in a worrying fashion on that T side. They only get 7, having been up 7-3 at one stage. That is crazy talk for a team that is, again, should be by some margin the favourites for the whole tournament, let alone for the semi-final. Don't feel like
they're fighting back.
Don't feel like I can stress that enough, by the way, but maybe I have.
It's monumental what we're currently seeing, but it's only 1/2. So Nexus, they might just have an incredibly strong CT side. They might just prefer that because they can keep them guessing more. C, you always have to push a CT. You can at least vary that a little bit more. You can, oh my word, hit a headshot like that, snappy yellow. That's a way to mark your presence. He surely is there. He's screaming out his name as soon as the teacher asks whether he's here. And slowly but surely, Offset are getting onto that A site. Perhaps from every single angle. And XLO, he's going to be in a tough position. They're still struggling to fight off Snappy, and meanwhile, they're all flushing through that connector area. But BCN, who just taps away, and we're finding ourselves in a 2-1-1. Raga yet again left alone, and Rosen, he spotted him yet again an execution.
Wonderfully done. Yeah, Offset. I guess that is a pistol round, so I'm not sure if all too much terrorist side merit is to be given to that, but they can still hit the shots. That has not been lost on them as we switched over to that second half. And next to this game, you could see here, it's not looking good on that economy. The Deagles, that are obviously always a menacing presence, it's basically all they have here, along with a Scout and Excella. That is definitely weaker than what the T's have on offer. Snappy just to tag down Chelsea in with the trade. But Excella had some shots there on the Scout.
I like the aggression there by Nexus. They put 2 players mid and make sure that the Scout stays unnoticed, that they have the free range, and That does put Offset in a tough position, but remind yourselves that Nexus, they've only got pistols, and well, it's Scout on Zello. Apart from that, they've got nothing to work with, and Offset still, the balance of power, slightly in their favor, I'd say, with the guns that they have, and slowly but surely making that decision. Through connector. They want to take it slow. I think Offset, they don't want to overstep their mark and get too eager to pick one site.
Yeah, I mean, there are two on both. I feel like there's no right choice, no wrong choice right now, except maybe this being a risky one. That's not good for them. Riz goes down. It's left now 2 against 4. Excello does scope in on the wrong angle. I'm not sure if Slacks can see that. He should. Has he actually spotted him? Excello still scoped in here. He flexed down, but it's not enough. Slacks is tagged. Raga finishes him off, but it's all Rosen with that quick trade, and so a 1-on-2 now. Lonks trying to make it through. Tags in. He gets the kill. In the high pressure, that Deagle can always feel a little bit underpowered, but it makes it work, and Launex to deliver that round. Nexus, this is exactly what they did on the T side, right? To start off the streak they had there. And they won this really sort of unexpected round with only the pistols. Not sure if we're going to be seeing a similar story here, but Offset, even with that bomb plant, might have to eco on this one. So certainly not a bad start for Nexus, despite the pistol round defeat.
At least they will have a comfortable buy if they decide to fully eco now.
Yeah.
They can buy all the util that they want. So for Offset, it's all a detrimental position, and they do have a good closeout of that previous half. So they do have space to work with. They do have a little bit of leeway. The Nexus, they should be as high up around all Glocks, and they're all going to flush through mid. As soon as they get the call, they'll float on out, and it's open hunting season for Nexus. They open it up, and they'll gun them all down. Everybody on the side of Offset will fall rather quickly.
Yeah. That's what happens when you meet such, again, just mechanically skilled players. When they get free reign, when they get to just spray you down. It's 9-9 within a couple seconds of that firing range being open for business. Nexus Gaming. I should note, before we get much deeper into the half, you sort of alluded to it almost as we switched over. Not CT side, definitely their preferred location. On one of their most played maps in Mirage, they still have a 70% win record on the CT side and get over 60% of their rounds on CT. So clearly the favorite side, and this is part of why Lonex can keep on doing his entry action. Be on the CT side or not, he gets that kill. Siminte left all alone now on A though, as Chelsea's got a trade. That's another one. 3-on-3, Siminte. With so much pressure gets tapped out by Slacks. And X, that risk won't pay off, as Nexus Gaming still upended in this round. After having a pretty comfortable man advantage twice over, they get completely shot out of it. Riz with a couple kills, but it's Offset with a really nice executing that into that ace site to deliver a 10th.
At the end there, Lonex pushing through the smoke and getting gunned down, I fully understand that. You don't necessarily know the position, but surely the call came through there, and it seemed like Raga was also completely unaware that there was a player pushing in on jungle. So Nexus Gaming, they're struggling a little bit in that communication department, but at least they communicated a full buy yet again. Or well, for Siminte, you're going to have to deal with an MP9 trying to get up close and personal. And you see it already. They're boosting up in mid. Nexus Gaming, they want to get the Call of Guard. They want to get the surprise factor in order again. And of course, they put Lonex up there. And I think that's partly due to why they have such a high win rate on that CT, because they can utilize Lonex, and the altercation about to happen here as they'll flush him out of the position. Snappy has to peek wide and actually gets the return on Lonex. You're caught in this up position, and Snappy, he'll just force his way through. Raga getting sprayed down through the smoke, and that's B side for Offset.
Yeah, Siminte will come through now on the flank though. Still surely picks his kill up, but that is only one brought back, still in that disadvantage. And they just run off. Nexus Gaming, I don't want to make the same point once more, but it definitely doesn't feel like the dynamic of a favorite team playing against a big-time underdog. I mean, we had DK on yesterday. He almost wrote them into the final, whoever they were playing, sort of just from an outset. And I don't know if I'm picking Offset at this point, but I'm certainly sensing that Nexus aren't really like playing like the favorites, and that's not just coming from saving in a 3-on-4. That's a reasonable choice, but just in the way they're playing here, they don't feel in control in a lot of these rounds, even on the CT side, which, as we brought up, is a favorite of theirs.
And this is their map pick,
Yeah.
more importantly. They want this map, and Offset, they're currently showing the ropes of it, Nexus. They're still not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. They do have an arrow up as well. They decide to leave Lawnex without a gun altogether and just let BT and Ceminti and XLO try and do the work.
Yeah, I guess that's the money part where they wanted it with armor, but obviously keeping over the weapons. Nobody wanting to be too subordinate here, but XLO is up there with the AWP towards that base site. The rest of the rifles placed on A. Could be... I like that way more in terms of balancing it out. I think we talked about it earlier, how to approach these types of rounds where you have those rifles saved over, and then just the pistols. The spacing feels a lot more fundamental and fundamentally sound, maybe. XLO will have a peek in here. Once again, has not really gotten going on the AWP. Maybe doesn't get a massive chance to, because Offset are pivoting towards that A site, where those other rifles stand. But also not a lot of utility here for the CTs. Ceminti spots out one, does some damage, peeks in on a separate angle here. They don't expect them up close. Snappy in there. It's Ceminti with the double spray down. Peeks back in. How does he get that third? How does he do anything? After the initial peek into it, they come out with Ceminti staying alive somehow, some way. And a 10th round of the board.
60 HP left as well. That's incredible by them, and I'm sure that Offset, they let out an incredulous gasp as they don't know what happened either. They wish they had any clue, any indication as to how they lost all those battles. But Offset, that means a round gone begging a Nexus. This is where they could be so strong. This is where they could start building that economy again. Round not over just yet, and it seems like Riz just gonna save the AK. Probably smarter move with all the util that he's got as well. He's got a very valuable inventory in front of him right now, but at least it will be a double-digit battle on both sides. Nexus Gaming, though, they still don't have a resounding yes for me that they're going to pull through, because Offset, they have been so strong, and they have also been known to steal away around here and there.
Certainly have. It's getting really tight now as well. I mean, at this point, this is where Nexus should have been sort of a couple rounds ahead, and in a position where they could have like a must-win round set up for Offset. Instead, Offset could really place themselves ahead by at least a round or two, even with that money on Nexus. Have some decent, have a decent buy here as well, Offset for sure. With that utility, with mostly the weapons they desire. So Rosen won't take a peek up there in Palace. Instead, looks like a bit of a mid play action coming from Chelsea. We'll combine here with Snappy from very different ranges. So Launex holds it down. Long range with that AK. You can see how much trust they put in him and his rifling ability, even as he does back off now.
To make or break it round with the economy on both sides. Sure, Nexus are a little bit more comfortable, but Rosen, he gets one in their scope, doesn't actually get BTN through the wall. BTN, he needs to count his lucky stars because he just got away with a daylight robbery. Ceminti, he tries his luck yet again and Slacks. This time is prepared and actually upgrades his gun on the back of it. It seems like Nexus, their aggression is getting punished, and I like that from Offset. The aggression from Lawnex actually gets rewarded on Riz. Saraga, he'll tally on another to the count. BTN gets overzealous with his 18 HP, and Slacks easily gets rid of him. And Slacks, he's still alive. He can just pull through, but it's 2 on the side of Offset, and Lawnex peek and wide, and an impeccable spray will tie it all up.
That is how you win those types of rounds. Just call it Launex again. Placed in those mid to long range duels can often win them out. Even as some of the others on Nexus, as you mentioned, maybe aren't making fully sound decisions right now. He can certainly still provide some of that playmaking. Offset, meanwhile, definitely going to be feeling aggrieved about that round. Felt like they had control at some stage, but Nexus went for that wacky gimmick that often seems to work when you place the right man on the job. And sort of upheaving what they had going on middle. And being able to flank them out from there on out. Offset with just the pistols here will run straight into the rifles. Chelsea gets one, but not much more found.
Lonex even got fortunate he was able to hold on to his life for so long. The Tech-9 just tapping away at his head and every single bullet going awry. But look at the kill differential on both sides. You've got Lonex, 22 kills, and then on the lowest player of Nexus, it's 11. He's doubling their frags, and on the side of Offset, the lowest is 12, the highest is 16, and that's what is keeping Offset currently in this map, in this match altogether, is that teamwork, that cohesion that they're able to move as a unit and trade out every single kill. And for Nexus, it seems like they roll a dice, and if they come up higher than 10, well, they'll win the round. And if Lonex dies early, that is going to be a struggle, but at least the opening killed, or at least a little bit of health deficit found.
Oh, look at Snappy.
Oh, Snappy. This is big.
He's already gotten stairs. It's Eclot to tag him up. That's so much of a distraction. Cemente still holds off one. He's actually traded it out. Says Riz finally gets him down that. It's still going to be Amanda's advantage, even if they have most of the A site flashing away to try and deliver it on it fully. Tapping that bomb is Riz. Rosen gets up high. Oh, Riz will take that one. Rosen now on the one-on-one. Riz versus Raga. It's rising from the heat right now. Offset to tie things up. A must winner. And Riz just holds it down. It's 12-0. And Offset, never to be counted out. Always seem to stay in it. As Nexus Gaming still have the money here, but are still being pressured down even as we get into the closing stages of this game now.
Is that... Am I seeing this correctly, mate?
I am. You are. Yeah.
What?
I was kind of...
Okay.
Missed by...
Okay.
Classic.
Okay, yeah, missed by... That hurts for their economy. Oh, that's a rough one. At this stage of the game, where one of those misbuys can sound through the rest of the remaining rounds, because there's not a lot left of Nexus. They could tie on a fair few right now, because the buy that's coming out of Offset is incredibly weak. A Galil and 2 Mac 10s.
What about another AK, I think? That's rough. We'll have to adapt their strategy as well, of course, because that happened so late in the buy round. We'll go for a Rosen opening here. I think he spotted out Lonex already. That's up towards short, with Crossfire being set up. Rosen sees that he keeps taunting the bear here. Lonex will get away. One too many pokes, not this time. That's Offset.
Smart.
Do get deeper into connector, or middle rather. It's BTN standing over there within the smoke, waiting to pop on out. Oh, Rosen, no chance. Oh, and they just get completely shot out. Incredibly done by Nexus up in apartments. So only leave Chelsea, but not for long. Raga combines there with Lonex, and that'll be 12-13.
The double pushing apps as well, because you see that up wide and the instant gut reaction is, okay, we have to swing wide and try and overwhelm this AWPer, and then there's an M4 to just bully them all into the end of their life. As Offset, they're now caught in a crossfire. They were literally, but now, do they buy up? No, they're not going to go for it, and that's probably smart, because they do have rounds to play with. Nexus, they are taking control, and they're at the steering wheel yet again, and they want to double up at the helm of this ship. They want to right it into the barricaded Offset side. Actually do need to break through, and they're going to try and do that through Mirage mid control. And BTN, oh my word, that is scary. He wants to go for seconds. He'll finish his meal.
Play smart. Has heard of all now. BTN with the spray can do different ranges. Same spray. Makes it work for 2 kills, even with that trade. There's no chance they don't know exactly where he stands. They figure it out. Of course they do. 14 for Nexus. Now where you really are at that stage, where it is the must-win round for Offset. Even if it is their opponent's map pick, I'm not sure if Inferno is going to be a lot better in terms of a chance at beating Nexus. You might just want to have this as a bit of security, a bit of a blanket to go off of, or at least just win a couple rounds here, right? Try and stay in this one. The AKs come out for Offset. No Mac 10s, no Galils, no silly business. It's all headshots from now on, surely. That's what they're looking for. A double up comes out on the other end. Excello and Raga both pick it up. Raga on that B site with one of those ops. He moves deeper into the site. There's actually 3 players waiting over towards B right now. If Excello catches one off in short, Oh no, offset. They might be working. They might be
no,
walking into their
Wow.
game's worst mistake. Launex, he barely even let them make that mistake. He shuts it down before it's even happened. He picks up a free K, walks back in for more. That's match point Nexus. And that is Launex showing he's just the best on the server right now. 29 kills in 27 rounds. That is offset on really a piss poor economy. No chance now to do a whole lot. I guess they'll have to just rush in with 4 Mach 10s is their best bet. Try and overwhelm an Opera, but then there is only one this time, so odds stacked against them for sure.
Certainly, but well, at least they'll stack their bodies onto this B site. Or at least
Oh, Raga!
like it.
He's only gone up. He's alone towards B. They don't think Offset will make the same mistake twice. But this time, it might not be a mistake. Raga sees an onslaught of T's. He gets away with the one. Moves deeper into market to play for more of a post-plant position. Oh, Rosen can't charge him down. Nobody can, but they can get that bomb down. Chance still. Even in the 3-on-5. Trading 1 and 2 out.
Actually now, Offset, a 1-on-3 and Rosen. He's at least got an M4 to work with, but Raga there to try and lay down the law too. And Rosen, he doesn't even know that Raga's there, and he's going to get gunned down. That means Nexus win this map. And after a bit of an icky start there, it was scary for Nexus game, or it wasn't scary whatsoever. It started turning scary. And now we've arrived at the final stage where Nexus do take that CT half comfortably. And, well, if you're a fan of Nexus gaming, just wait until the CT half until you start bagging on them.
I mean, yeah, sure. I think that's a pretty fair sort of just sum up of the game. Nexus, they didn't necessarily hold them off in the way I thought, but even as Offset made it competitive, Nexus ended up being the Grim Reaper in the end and sort of killed off all the mood, all the vibes that the Portuguese side were bringing up through and through on that one. We are going to be moving on now into Offset's map pick. Maybe a little bit of a positive sign, even if it is Inferno, another map that, you know, Nexus really do like to play. It's going to be another competitive one. I can make you sure of that. We'll be right back after this break, though, for Inferno to see if maybe Offset can come back, maybe if they can bring us to Nuke as the decider, or if Nexus are going to be the first ones to nab that final spot. We'll be right back. Map 2 coming up.
They say you don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. And no, I don't wanna be alone.
out to pray today, but no one's listening anymore. Do I need to fade away or stay here laying down on the floor? I want to know if you be the shoulder that I need. I want to go, so take me to Neverland. Can you help me find a way? Where is the God that I need? Can I get some help today? Lord, help me with the blood that I bleed. I want to know if you be the shoulder that I need. I want to go, so take me to Neverland. Anxiety taking over me, I can't be the only one left. No, society breaking up on me, I just wanna be felt and taken and never left. If I could save us, hell, you know
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, from the break. We are here to deliver you map 2 of Nexus Gaming versus Offset Esports. The first map in our first semi-final of this inaugural EPULZE Invitational. A lot of firsts in there. I'm Stromiz, next to me is Hypheria. We're not first. Timer's here. Obviously done a game already. Nexus taking that one 16-12. We move on now to Offset's mapping of Inferno to see if they can bring us to a third map in the series, which would be Nuke. Hypheria, thoughts on that first game?
I feel like it was a good showing for Offset, and that's kind of what you look for when it's not your map pick. A 16-12 scoreline, incredibly respectable, especially with the amount of backing that Nexus already had behind them, and kind of what we thought they would be able to pull off starting today. The Nexus, they are surely getting challenged here by Offset, but evidently not enough just yet, and that could be changing here on Inferno. Not necessarily Nexus's favorite map pick, I would say, especially their T side, huh?
Yeah, that T side little bit rocky. I think we already noted it on Mirage. The CT side definitely something they favor on a lot of maps, and that includes Mirage. But on this map, it is very dramatic, that difference. They win about 35% of their T rounds in registered games on HLTV, which is not as it typically is on HLTV against like the top tier opponents. They have some sort of endemic Romanian games in there, and yet they still really don't win out a whole lot on that T side. CT side looks a whole lot better, but I think that is still a weakness that Offset could make quite a good use of. They themselves obviously like Inferno, having picked it into the series and having won it during the group stage, winning 16-7 against Infinite as an example, and also picking it there against Dynamo Eclot, despite not getting to play at that time with forfeit wins. So maybe a weakness in there where Offset, who, as you noted, looked good on Mirage, can surprise a little bit further and maybe even get us to that third map.
I think a lot of Nexus Gaming's power is due to individual pop-up potential. That needs to be spot on, and Offset, they have been moving as a unit. They need to continue moving as a unit because that's a surefire way to take down Nexus coming into Inferno. It's an important one because I personally want to see the decider. I want to see this semi-final be as interesting as it can be, and well, Offset, they're going to have to try and deliver that for us. They're obviously starting on the T side, it being their map pick, but they can at least show the ropes then, I guess, to Nexus, show how to play that T side.
Yeah, for sure. And you noted the individual ability there. I think Launex was the highlight of that, played so well on that map one. I think he almost put up a 30 kill. Yeah, I think he did actually put up that 30 bomb in the end. Just delivering, be it on the CT side or on that T side. Felt like he even, like after having such a hot T side where he was relied upon a lot, even if they did eventually sink down and lose that half 7-8 in the end, he was almost propelled even further and was put into positions even more on that CT side, getting boosted up in middle, getting the flashes through into aggressive angles a lot, just to use that entry ability that he has. And obviously that did work out in the end on that CT side, as you noted, winning out in the end with those 9 rounds won on that side. So yeah, I mean, someone like him still needs to step up, but I do think we need to see a more spread out nature of that Nexus ability. Maybe not ability, but just in terms of performance, we need to see more Nexus players playing to their potential as they usually do.
And I kind of want to see that cohesion on the side of Nexus as well. Sure, okay, yeah, you've got individual prowess, you can pop off, you can tap heads, that's all fine. But I want that IGL to tap the head of Offsets, and that's metaphorically, you know, really know what's going on that Offset side. I do a little bit of preparation because it's their map pick. They've certainly played it before. There's certainly some VODs that you can go and watch back, see what kind of favorable strategy they try and adapt for themselves. And well, it's about time we get into this map. Enough of our faces. It's time for Inferno.
It certainly is. Nexus store on that CT side. It's Offset on T side. We'll see if they can make use of some of those weaknesses and kick us off here to maybe win out on this one. Minte starts off with taking a bit of damage. He deals it right back. No kills just yet. Him and BTN defending this B site, which looks to be the target for Offset still, even after showing themselves a little bit early on there. Xello, a nice shot to kick this one off. Had a quiet first map on Mirage. The AWP player does get peeked right back. What a shot. And Snappy, he's been hot today, hasn't he?
That P250 in his hands is a lethal weapon. I mean, it's lethal in anyone's hands, really, but from long distance, he uses it like an AWP. And on Lonex, it's a perfect moment for him to peek. Slack's now caught in the corner. He does manage to get away and actually fight it back, but that's bomb dropped, and Slack will at least regain it. Lonex not being able to guard it and offset. At least looks like they want to overwhelm the A site, but not yet. Not yet, and they're trailing back. They want to make it a bit of a guessing game.
Yeah, I think they've only got the utility to really attack this B site, as it often turns out to be with these pistol rounds. You don't have that much utility to use. They smoke off CT, go for a basic push in. That Molotov will block off Cemente with that low health. Cannot get through there. And that should give them the one plat at the very least. So something solid in this pistol round, even if it won't be tough now. Only a trade found from Snappy. It was on that higher health. Slack's tagged down already. So he sets up for a very, very dangerous crossfire now. He peeks in, gets one Riz, nothing on his end. And so Nexus still take the round, but a bomb plant and 3 kills is not a horrible turnout for Offset. They will now still be able to compete. Nexus still going to be happy with that one.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't directly just buy up, because they know the strats, and it seems like they are holding off for now. Don't want to tempt it. And it looks like they're actually not going to go for a buy. Never mind, as soon as I say that, they do go for one. It's just perfect timing. And at least my initial statement came true, so I'm still somewhat correct with Nexus Gaming. They now need to hold off 2 MP9s thrown into the mix, trying to hold off this offset push. And honestly, it's an incredibly level playing field in terms of gunpowder. Sure, the 2 Galils is not great, but it's certainly not a major deficit that immediately you can count them out of this round. And it's going to be important for Nexus to hold this one off. And Exello, aggressive spot, already getting that first altercation, swinging wide, and oh my word, he's taking everybody down with him, clapping cheeks, left, right, center.
Wow. What a spray that turns out to be. Excello on that rifle as well. Even as the main opera on the team. Not much now to do for these Offset players. They've spread out a little bit, trying to go for chances on different ends. Will be tough either way, but I guess the B site does have the solo player on it, as typically is the case. Lonex, of course, is that solo player, so tough to beat. Riz is with that bomb though, so can't really make too aggressive of a move here towards A. Chelsea peek through. I think he knows about Lonex's position at the very least, but no kill just yet, as BTM will come now as a ticking time bomb right in his back as that flanker. With time running dry. I guess he could go for CT here. Oof, I like this. But the Cemente just shuts it off.
Down.
That's
the end of the match. And Lonex, he makes it official. He signs the contract, and that's around going to Nexus. Very comfortably as well. 4 still alive. So the investment by Offset completely mitigated, nullified. You can throw it away. That's just money down the drain. And they're going to have to try and fight that back in a later round. But this will not be one of them. They at least have P250s, and as long as Snappy can't pop off, this should be another round for Nexus Gaming in this particular moment.
You do mention that P250 on him. Couple have it, you know, but Snappy definitely the one who has sniping ability. They single him out, bully him, and he gets shut down eventually. A couple of kills do come out on that T side though, and the P250s do prove a bit of a challenge. Slacks here. Could have had 1 or 2 more, but instead got shut down. Riz comes through on the same angle. Lounge ready for that one. And the rats down in the sewage plants. They don't get a lot for their troubles. Offset in the end gonna be shut down here. Rosen. A Glock on M4 is not typically gonna go in the Glock's favor. I guess they have some money here, so a chance for Offset to get in the game. Down by 3, of course, is typically the case when you lose that pistol and then the follow-up. Have the full AKs, even against a strong buy here from Nexus, including an off there on Excello.
I wonder whether he's going to go get aggressive with that AWP. He's been incredibly aggressive throughout the earlier rounds with the submachine gun, the MP9 usually. He's been popping off and trying to get behind enemy lines. He's had his youth behind him now, and it's time to grow up with that AWP. Probably needs to be a little bit more laid back, and indeed he's just going to sit at mid, still in an incredibly close-up position, and getting boosted up, not spotting a single head, and then backing down, realizing that it is a compromising position, and Offset, they're going to try and flush him out, but Raga, he's still holding on very nicely. He has got 4 opponents right up against him. He's going to falter rather quickly, but Zello, he's still got reinforcement, but he doesn't need it. Cemente just gets pulled off, and Zello, he calls out all the life of Offset short with Cemente, burying Chelsea as well. Rose's last live in a 1v3 might just be able to get a bomb plant at least, fakes it out. BTN tries to close that diss and just taunts him right now. This should be the round over. Actually, no, Rosen, there's new life in this round yet again. He just keeps it alive every single time at Lawn X. He will make sure that there's no way for Offset.
For now. Nexus, that's the powerhouse here on the CT side. The favored one, as we mentioned, coming into the map. Definitely proving a reason why. Xeno doesn't usually play like this on Inferno, by the way. Obviously, as an offer, you are always going to take a little bit of a hit. Despite him being one of the top rated players in general for Nexus, he doesn't play like that when he plays on Inferno. But he's come out a different player on this map compared to what we saw on Mirage, where he was a little bit tentative, even on that op, but the tentativeness is gone. And the full aggression is there, even as he misses that flick. It is only pistols. And I think they do sense that it's going to be towards that base side for the most part. Raga ready to rotate any moment. Cello actually the one to rotate. With Molotov still in play here on the B side as well. Or smokes at the very least.
That's going to be a very rough hold here for Nexus. They'll at least be shaken to their core, but the smoke will make it a little bit easier. BTN frame blinded, but Riz is his turn now with a P250 up close and personal with Lawn X. Still hiding in a little crevice. Now he has to be up close and personal to all those pistols, and with an AK, that's not a favorable duel. The Tech 9 getting him down, and Rosen, that Eagle. This is still a 2-1-3. At least we'll be able to get the bomb plant. Rosen seeking comfortability first, and my word, you hear the nades. You're so afraid that you're going to get blown up. It's not impossible for Offset here, but rather unlikely that they're going to pull through with about 25 health combined between the two of them. But Snappy will take the head clean off Semonite, or Semente. Going to get at least one down, and Rosen and the Deagle just need to hit one bullet on Semente, and it will be going straight through, shaking his bones to a core.
Wow. What a round. As you mentioned, the health was nowhere there for the Offset players on Snappy and Rosen. Snappy gives him a chance there with the opening fire, but it's Rosen's Deagle shot that is really, really impressive there. Nexus not being able to clear it out before he came through and hits that one shot. He wouldn't have had a second chance there, would he? I think if he goes for a second shot after missing the first, he's already dead with that 7 health on him. So it was all on that one shot, but did not miss his chance to blow. Offset get around. A really crucial one as well. As Nexus's economy has been put on skates, and its Offset have been given a lifeline into the opening stages of this first half still. A chance to really come back and remain competitive within it in the early stages here.
And again, B tested at least a little bit, but Nexus, they smoke it off nicely. They don't want to take any risk right now. Snappy, oh my word, just through the smoke. Hello. That's brilliant. At least that Xello gets the return kill. That's a bit unfortunate of a start for Offset than Lawn X. You still have that to deal with on the B side, and that might as well be 2 players right now. Not popping off to the same grade that it was in the previous map, but Chelsea's got to challenge him rather quickly, catch him off guard, and that seems to be the only way to take down Lawn X, is just shoot him in the back.
Takes that way. Offset round is theirs, almost, with Nexus. Just needed to rotate by so far, but why did I say that? I thought they were a little bit further away he was than Xeno does have a kit on him. Chelsea and Slacks definitely not secured this round just yet. After all, Chelsea does take that fight. Wins it out in a beautiful manner. Raga will rotate through now from Banana. Xello walks straight into that one. It's Slacks against 2. And Slacks peeks back out again. He's only Xello now. Even as he's mollied off Slacks, the kit just to play. Xello shoots him through it just within time. The kit will make it work for Nexus, who actually get out with that round. I thought there was a moment there where I did actually think it was Offset's round by all means, but I guess I just didn't sense the fact that it was still a 3-on-3, and obviously Nexus are going to be really comfortable in a lot of those 50-50 duels. That is why they're such a good team. They can't play as such a good team sometimes. Excella showing that off right there, top on the scoreboard, and definitely leading Nexus to these 5 rounds that they've won so far.
Mainly, the decision-making by Xello there was what surprised me. He mollied it off, realized that Offset could indeed be peeking through the molly yet again, and make sure that he actually has it covered instead of just trying to stick it out. And that just shows class on the side of Xello and heads-up thinking. And Nexus, they're yet again in a comfortable leading position with the guns on their department. Non-X should have a gun lane in front of an Offset. They've all got AKs and an AWP in the mix as well, so they at least have something to play with. They need to start building up their economics. Nexus, sure, they're not great on T, but if they're starting to run away with it like this, then it's going to be tough to catch up either way.
He's on the B site, facing Rosen directly. The op on op as he gets boosted! Not quite ready for it. Stella only does some damage. The nade will be there. Not to finish off Rosen for now. Nexus stacking up so many players there, though. That's left quite the gap on A. Slacks is in there. He's at least drawn back a defender. I like that from Offset. Even if they don't decide to go for the A site, which appears to be the case, the fact that they are headed towards B. They at least make their presence known over there before they head out. Has to just leave them now with 2 players defending this B site. Excello still holding the angle. Now Nex is still there. Those are 2 really difficult players to rat out, but Excello, as he jumps through, misses on the shot. Now Nex, trade. That's it though. It's a 1 for 2 on the Nexus end. And an Offset have the site, have the bomb plant with a man advantage. As BTN can do nothing but just wait for his teammates there behind the smoke. No kit between any of them. And a really tough retake sets in. If they even decide to go for this. With just worse rifles to boot. A nice nade though. That's brought it back 3 on 3. Still without kits, but moving closer into the sights. With that smoke, with those flashes, Simente gets caught off. It's traded. They have the information on where Riz is. They take him down. Rosen just needs to stay put now. Misses on the opening drive. It's Raga to go for the defuse. Picks up a kit. Gets one. Rosen is straight back into it. The Glock. Not enough. And Nexus have another one. They pull that one out. Straight from right under Offset. Who have to feel aggrieved yet again. As Nexus Gaming pull it out. That is really rough now for a couple rounds in a row where Offset could have been into this game and almost would have had to tie it up at this stage. Not the case.
They can't keep getting away with this on the side of Nexus. Every single round, it feels like it's not in their favor, and they managed to pull it back. There was a lot of damage on the side of Offset, and especially that nade. That was the opener. That was the trigger pulled for Nexus in their mind to say, we can actually go for this yet again. And Xello getting aggressive. Raga laying down the low area and long as well, together with BTN and Offset. They will quickly falter. Yet another buy route looking to go arrive for them. They don't have much to play with anymore. Rosen, he's about to do a peek with Riz. Almost lines up, but BTN gets traded out by Riz instead. Raga will get a 2-piece, and that Chelsea left in an uncomfortable, very uncomfortable position.
Yeah, I'd describe it as the 10 health with just that. Simente on the MP9 should have it locked in for a couple of hundred. Brought in from the MP9 kill and a couple of plans in there from the round as Nexus Gaming make it to that 7-1 scoreline. Has not felt like a 7-1 game, but they are still proving dominant when it comes to the score. Offset Gaming with, or Offset Esports rather, with a wacky buy coming out. I guess this could work. It's not ideal.
I don't know what they're going to decide with, though. That's the main part. It's a wacky buy, but if they're able to make it work, and they have been able to get onto site, and that's the main thing. Even with buys like this, they have been able to make the entry and now get the opening in their favor as well. Xello. But they're flooding in one by one as Slacks. He's just easily taken out with the equation. Nobody there to replace him or even trade it out as Nexus. 7-1 advantage, and also a 5/4 advantage here with Snappy on 8. Can't really count him in for much as well, but at least they've all got guns left to play with as well. So Snappy being low health, he's just going to be the sole bomb carrier, perhaps with that Sec 9, or running in earlier and giving the bomb to one of his teammates. Offset. It's not a great position for them, and they're residing on thin ice.
It's going to be Offset to sort of pivot towards that A site. I think Rosen, even if he doesn't get a kill here from trying to spot out an aggressive CT player, even if he just makes an op shot here, indeed that scope, I think that draws away a defender because you don't really expect that opper to be playing over as something of a lurk. So Offset Esport, they're putting 3 players on bait. Only Siminte and BTN here ready to defend that A site. BTN does a great job though initially. Peeks back in, Riz tagged down and brought down. And the plan is spoiled yet again. I liked what they were going for. But in the end, that pit defense can be too strong sometimes. Nexus pick up an 8th. Again, not that that round was undeserved, but Offset are not playing like they only have 1 round. I do respect that, even if it's not working out right now for them. You can see these buys are not looking great either, as they're forced back into a mixed bag again when it comes to the buy.
It's looking bleak for Offset, but we need to remind ourselves that Mirage also somewhat went like this, albeit on a lesser scale. But next, they were able to tie a lot of rounds together, and that's where Offset, they started to adapt. They started to find a way that works, and they need to find that here as well. But whether it's going to be this round, it's not looking likely with the guns that they have, and they keep on buying themselves up in awkward scenarios. They've been keeping Nexus Gaming's economy to a minimal at least. They'll be able to buy up another time, but it's going to be costly for them every single time that somebody falters, and Offset, they at least have that going for them. Look at the bright side of life, but right now there's not really much bright to look at. The flash goes over the top, and that altercation going in Raga's favor.
Still up. Has been brought down. That is a bright spark on the A side. Siminte. Oh, he's shot out of the sky. Snappy in there. Peek on further. That's still going to be a 3-on-3 even as he goes down. BTN the only worry now for Offset Esports with some damaged up CTs. He can still make it work, and Nexus go aggressive here. Staying high up in that smoke, but still waiting for BTN in some regard. C will now flank away from apartments. Riz is looking directly in that. And he's ended his life. Riz from pit has delivered them a chance now. Bring it back into just Lonex. We'll try to take them all down. He knows the positions. Gets one. Riz down low here. Both 1 shot away with time running out. Lonex gets the kill, but that's not enough. That's going to be Offset finally winning back around. God, has it been ages. Lonex not getting away with the AWP.
That as well. So incredibly costly here for Offset. It took all 5 players, and 1 bullet wasn't enough at the ending, at the dying seconds of the round. And great hold there by Offset, realizing they don't need to try and get that altercation going. They don't need to face. They just need to hide out and bide their time. That's exactly what you need to see from Offset, and that's why you can't count them out just yet. This could be the turnaround. This could be the change of tide, but the key word in there is that it could be Xello. Oh my word, look at that. The aggression going into second mid, and I like the aggression by Xello because it's very measured. It's very calculated. He doesn't overstep. He doesn't overstay his welcome. He peeks, and he realizes that nothing is going to be coming. Okay, I can get flanked here. I'm going to back down. And Offset, they've not had yet a way to fully counter that. It's not really been coming up that big for Xello, but he's been getting information. That's also incredibly valuable.
It's Offset to sort of swing back and forth here. Unsure of where they really want to go in the end. With minute 10 on the clock. Nexus Gaming, having kept quite a stable sort of group on the CT side in terms of not really wanting to rotate over that much too preemptively. See Offset now going actually for that B site hit. It's going to be clear. Molotov delays them somewhat, but only for a matter of seconds. As Offset still will be throwing in a couple Molotovs here. They actually waited out. I think that Molotov has slowed them down. Even with the smoke that they brought to it, it's obviously messed up the lineups here. There they go. Alright, Molotovs in check. That's brought another CT into the site. Excello holding a narrow angle initially, getting caught in the smoke. They have heard him. They bait out a shot, but it's Siminte to still find an opening. Lonks in there as well. And Annex, that's all they needed. No time left for Offset. Every CT on the server right around the corner. And what's essentially a 5-man peak comes through to deliver a ninth there for Nexus.
Slow crawl is something that just does not work against Nexus. They always try to sneak through the cracks. They always trying to find that lurk. And Cemente, he already was up in their back before they even decided to pull the trigger. And that's how aggressive Nexus have been. Offset, even when they try and pose up, wait it out for a little bit, it seems like Nexus, they know when to actually push through. And Offset, they're struggling with it. All Tech 9s and 2 Deagles. Whether they're going to try and push B, I don't think so, because there's a lot of util going down that end, and you don't want to run into those 2 nades. It does seem like they're taking a bit more of a step back and find a little bit of a reprieve within themselves as they get a free AK here, down at least where they can't go snappy. This banana peakage is looking solid yet again for Nexus. It has been every single time. This B-hold has been stellar. Offset, they've not had enough shine to break through.
Yeah, that was sort of control as well. Nexus so ready for this one with a bad smoke going short. Excello with the free K as Nexus get to 10. In this map, I think we said it during Mirage, didn't we? That even if this is Offset's map pick, you were always going to be a little bit afraid of what Nexus were going to bring on a map that they really do enjoy in Inferno. Almost to the same level of Mirage. Offset not picking against their opponents' sort of weaknesses, more picking for their strengths. Hasn't seemed to work out so much, and their strengths haven't been very strong on this map. Well, Nexus' CT side, especially getting to start on that CT side, it's looked better and better here. No longer are we in a lot of tight rounds, right? We're seeing more and more blowouts within them. Offset trying to offset that, switching up the tempo, heading for an 8 hit quickly with only 2 players over there. Cemente not ready for that. In fact, they find the 2-man advantage before Raga is there for the trade. He's now left alone on the A site to deliver a couple more here for Nexus. Hiding away in the corner. BTN's rotate no good. It's Raga tagged down, brought down. And it's Excello against Frey.
That aggression needs to come through. He's surely going to attempt Excello, of course, but he's going to quickly get his head taken off cleanly, and Shells will go bowling with it. That's another round for Offset. And it's one of those cases where they're at least trying to amend it a little bit and cement their round, their half, just a bit. That's all they can do. They can salvage, but they can't have a decent half anymore. 10-5 would still be detrimental. Yes, Nexus doesn't necessarily have the greatest T side, but they should still be able to pull through an Offset. They're gonna have to flick a switch, and they're not even done with this half just yet, so they still need to win another full buy round here against Nexus.
Only promising sign in that regard is that Offset did flip the switch a couple times on Mirage in a way that we didn't expect, but that will have to come now. At least the 4th needed for Offset if they are to even have a glimmer of a hope in the next half. Probably the last 2 if they are to have, yeah, still not much of a chance, but a little bit of an increased one. Good nade comes out. Stella with a deep look here into Banana. He actually goes for that peek. Shellsy straight in there, a flash, no good. Excello not going to be touched by it. He peeks back in. Domination on Banana. That's in favor of the CTs, just as usual. Really have grown into the CT half more and more. Riz with a nice 2k to bring it right back, but it's not enough.
Nope.
And next, again, it felt like almost out of place, right, with how many rounds they had at the start. But now, 11 free half almost seems quite fair, based on how they've been playing the last while.
I think it's mainly due to that banana aggression. And sometimes they show the aggression massively, and sometimes they sit back, basically making a casino for Offset, constantly having to guess, are they going to play aggressive? Can we actually push in? Or if we poke our heads around the corner, is it going to get a clean shave? That is so tough to deal with, and it almost feels like an entire part of the map they can't even play with. And the mid-aggression by Raga as well. At least they somewhat trade with Riz only being on 9 health, but he still has got his legs, albeit limping. He still has some life left in him in this final round. And Offset, they have to get this one to keep their chances at a somewhat acceptable rate. And the aggression by Offset is pulling off. They've got A site under control.
I guess if you can't go B, go A. And it was definitely like a casino, you know. A house always wins. So I think Nexus in the end proving that. But then Logs is all alone. Next with 2 kills. Not going to be enough. Only on 5 health. So they pulled away from the casino as any... Again, it's a financial decision, right? Sort of in terms of who's going to be staying alive. And they made that business, that financial decision to go to the A side, and it worked out. 4 rounds picked up. It's not great, but a pistol round here with a pistol round win and a bit of a streak, and it at least looks a little bit more pretty. Like a 7-11 scoreline is not, it's not you counted out of the game. So I guess that's something going for them. The Slacks picks up a dual Berettas with the armor. Typically see that with the P250, but not that time. The Snappy gets tagged down on Rosen as well. Nexus do quite a bit of damage before Snappy comes in. What a double shot! Snappy! Back and forth he goes. He picks up the 3 kills with the headshots all on him. Finally traded back, but it's not enough for Nexus Gaming. That's the Minte with way too much to do, and he's still yet to meet up with the dual Berettas plus armor here, which in the tank role Slacks seems to be playing that role quite well. Just sneak around and underground for now.
That's Minte. Has to come down. Riz here doesn't even manage to do so. Riz yet again getting away with his life on 9 HP and being a crucial factor into the round. And well, we were talking hypotheticals. At least the first step has been taken. Offset, they've won the pistol, and doesn't necessarily seem like Nexus are gonna try and get an attempt. That's smart by Nexus. I don't want to see them try and get a scrappy round there. It has to be solid, and the way they're gonna lose this if they start buying up in silly position because they get overzealous. They need to keep themselves composed and actually give the respect that Offset do deserve, because they have been tying rounds together, and Nexus, they don't have a strong T side. This is still very well possible for Offset with the aggression here on Banana. They want to attempt at it as well. Lornex, he will Zeus you because he likes to have a bit of a gun complex. And it's very fair as well. He's been laying down the law left, right, and center. He's been biblical.
BTN avenging. Just trying to find some biblical quote. Didn't have a lot of time to do it. Cello in there. The reference is still... as he puts up a really good chance now for Nexus all of a sudden. Even without the armor. Chelsea and Riz to come through from Banana now with a kit picked up. Chelsea brings a bit of a smoke in the fire. Could be thrown over to where Exteno stands. No, they'll just take on the fight instead. That M4 has the one-shot headshot potential. Riz peeks in, gets down and dirty, only to go down. Chelsea brought out without bullets, and BTN takes him down. And the poor man is a winning man in this case. Nexus Gaming put up a 12th round. The Carpenters round there for Nexus Gaming. I don't know. Give me a better biblical reference. You see? See, it's hard. You know?
They laid down the law. They said, "Thou shalt not pass."
That's good.
Yeah, the most biblical quote that I know. Ooh, nice.
Just Gandalf.
That's, you know, there's different Bibles. I feel like the Bible's more of a concept, and it's very personable. And for me, Lord of the Rings is like my Bible.
Okay. It is long. Both are quite long, aren't they? So.
True. Yeah. At least the Bible doesn't really have a movie. Snappy, he will make a move with a rag, and that's a bullet flying straight through the face. He will have his life flashing in front of him, and Snappy, he's gonna try and overstep his mark quickly, back down as Offset. He managed to get away with at least a trade, but all those deagles, they need to find some heads.
Lonks is in there. What a shot that is. He wants the second. I think he knows now where Rosen is standing. Takes on the fight. BTN to bring it. Chelsea and Riz will try their very best, but it's Passion of the Christ. And Nexus will bring up a 13th. It looks like it through all of the blood. They still put up quite the production. Good stuff. Yep. Nexus win it out.
So much. I almost want to say it's already over for Offset. They're money in the gutter. They're economical.
You know what? I agree. Let's mention then. We probably should have before. This is not the only game today. This is only the first semi-final. We've of course got a final spot for the winner of this series, which, as you allude to, could very well be Nexus in just a couple rounds. The winner, probably Nexus, will be playing either eSuba or Dynamo Eclot coming out of that second semi-final. That will be at 8 PM CET tonight, 7 PM GMT tonight. Make sure to tune back in for that. We might, depending on how this game turns out, we might have to break up the stream, but make sure to be back by then for a really exciting one. I think that could get even tighter with the two jet teams going up head-to-head against one another. Here's Shelzy. Does some damage and a kill.
Not anymore.
Yeah. There are no dualies. He has come back with the tank. The armor, the dualies. It's all I can really hope now.
Oh, go on. I want to see the beehole with the dualies. No, he's going to get caught off guard. Doesn't even realize. You was looking the wrong way, lad. Bananas at the right corner, not the left one.
Yeah. He kept looking for it as well, as if somebody was just hiding in that very corner. As if they could just shrink themselves down in some way.
Ant-Man style.
Yeah, Ant-Man style. Monks has been playing with some superpowers. Someone to really look for in that final. Obviously going on tomorrow, by the way. Should definitely mention that as well. Lonks could be one who he could be on course to really be sort of the player of the tournament almost, or on that type of category with how he's been playing today. As Nexus do look for a match.
Most certainly, and well, Cemente, he's been sitting at the beach with the Margarita, and meanwhile sitting in the backpack of Nexus, because he's currently only an 8 kills. But if you've got Zillow, Lonex, and BTN all popping off and all showing their prowess, or Raga rather, BTN will falter now as well against Riz. And that gives Offset a chance. It's a 3-on-3, and Raga still on site. Slacks at Shelzy. They're about to meet his Raga, and they will meet his Maker as quickly as well. Slacks at least able to return, and Riz now all up to Lornex, and this is almost, you almost want to say it's a favorable position for Lornex, but he's got the bomb to recover in the initial duel against Riz, already being tough, and he's caught in a corner. He's caught in a tough spot, decides to back out, and he does have ample time to play with.
Did run away from it. We'll see if it's convincing enough with another smoke dropped. That will delay him a little bit further. But no chance here for the CTs to run away. If they both stack up at the same spot, they can line up! But he only gets not even the damage though. Slacks actually keeps him in check there and kept his patience up through the smoke. And that is going to be Offset sort of keeping this game alive at least for that one round further. Raga's been playing well, by the way. Should mention, even if he wasn't a standout on Mirage, which kind of is maybe to be accepted. He is the one who typically overperforms, as it were, on this map in terms of when they play Inferno, and he's lived up to that for sure, as sort of the expectation was coming into this map. But as you mentioned, there's been a trident of really strong play from Nexus players, so that's been hard to stop, that's for sure. Offset needs so many rounds to even have a chance at that.
They get 10 in a row, they still win. So I guess mathematically they still have a chance. At Lonex, he will diminish that chance at least a little bit, whittle it down with Snappy off the board. I feel like Snappy's been getting some increasingly potential kills where it just is the key to the round. Riz at least gets the trade, and then quickly BTN will return fire, and that is Offset in a deficit position. 4-on-2 now, and they're going to have to hold on by this string that they currently have. But Slacks, he might just get put on the string. Instead, he puts Lornex and to his live Nexus. They put an end to Offset's chances in this round.
And yeah, that's going to be a match point as well. Nexus Gaming almost over the line here now. Offset Esports with nothing in terms of this buy. And yeah, not much in terms of the chances now to come back. Would need so many rounds in a row. Not even the 10 in a row that you proposed as some easy solution would be sufficient now. Which still draws into overtime, but even that does not feel too likely, does it? Pistols in hand. Oh, nice nade. Oh, what a nice shot though. Raga's brought low. Snappy's still alive somehow as Chelsea and him keep themselves alive within the teens here on the HP. Peek up from Snappy. Logs does not expect it at all. And Nexus Gaming have been pulled away from that banana area. Now to create something on the A side, but chances are Offset win this round.
Low HP on the side of Offset. Still, they haven't been able to recover those guns, so Nexus, they're still winning. They could still win out here, but Offset, if they get a comfortable win here, we can't start talking about the comeback just yet. It's still far away from that. Raga, that is not going to be a good comeback into this round. At least Cello changes it out, and Cemente, you will tie up the playing field entirely. Offset, they've lost grip of A, and that is going to be a detrimental position with the amount of HP left on Shelzy and the amount left on Slacks being reduced to 0 by the hands of Cemente. It's all up to Shelzy. He wants to be a hero, and instead he's going to be 0.
Wow, Cemente quite all game, shows up right in the right moment. Nexus, the ones to close it out. That's a 2-0 for them in the series, and that is a very deserved 2-0. Even if the scoreline sometimes they were running away with it in, I think we thought on the first map, or especially on the second maybe, that the scoreline wasn't always justified. They were almost playing worse than what it merited, but in the end that felt really deserved, especially on that second map with how good they played on that CT side and closing it out on the T side in the end, and Mirage of course as well, as Nexus have nabbed that first final spot, that grand final to be played tomorrow. But we don't know who they'll be playing against just yet, do we, Hypheria?
Unfortunately, no. That's going to be a battle between eSuba and Dynamo Eclot. It's going to be an interesting one. eSuba, they've proven themselves at plenty of time, but Dynamo, they took the top spot in their group, so it's going to be a battle, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that third map on there. Unfortunately, it has eluded us here on this series, but I hope, I have a high hopes, and there's a lot of pop-up potential in that particular match as well, with a few key figures.
For sure, that Czech derby coming up, that's going to be at 8 p.m. CET, 7 p.m. GMT, meaning we'll be back live in maybe about an hour or so, and when we are, that's just going to be so exciting, as you mentioned. I'm really hyped for that one. Make sure to tune back in then. In just a little bit, we'll be right back with that Czech derby to see who'll be playing Nexus in those grand finals. See you then.
I used to dream about money, about a big house, but all I want is you. Your touch of fire when you love me, desirable, attainable, yeah, all I want is you. to dream about a cruiser that drove against the wind. But all I want is you. I know that fire when you touch me, my vision gets so dimmed. Yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it all worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm loved by you. By you. By you. What is it all worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved. By you. By you.
When I let you go, ooh, I just pull you closer. Ooh. I can't understand where it came from, but you got it, I got it. It began in the land of the sandstorm. I fought it, though I wanted everything to do with what you give to me. Loosening my grip has pulled you into me. When I let you go, it just pulled you closer. It's a long departure. It's a long departure. Before I see you again, before it all makes sense, but I can't hold you back. And I still don't understand where it came from, but you're back in with the passion. I'm awake with the flame in a hailstorm. I'm back in, I gotta have it. Everything to do with what you give to me. Loosening my grip has pulled you into me. When I let you go, it just pulled you closer. It's a long departure. It's a long departure. I know we ain't talked in a minute, but what is time? Living in the thoughts and the visions, but between the lines, yeah. I can't even talk with the visions there in my mind. 'Cause every time I
fall looking for you there by my side, yeah. So show me the way and I'll follow you. Show me the way, cause that's all I do. Take the leap of faith and I'll dive into my diamonds. I'm finding this divine light inside of you. Tell me that you want me, baby. That ice cold stare, I just wanna know you better. From 1 to 3, got me looking everywhere for you. Count the stars, you are my sun. Underneath my skin, and my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of life shining underneath your skin. Wake up in the morning to get a touch from your arm. No regrets, I can't forget the scent you had on. Fingernails, they tell the tales of sex, but you're gone. Now I wonder what's coming next in this song. So show me the way and I'll follow you. Show me the way, cause that's all I do. Take the leap of faith and I'll dive into my diamonds. I'm finding this divine light inside of you. Tell me that you want me, baby. That ice cold stare, I just wanna know you better. From 1 to 3, got me looking everywhere for you. Count the stars, you are my sun. Oh, underneath my skin, my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of life shining. Underneath your skin. Underneath my skin. My skin. Feel my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin. When I look into your eyes, see the miracle of life shining. Underneath your skin. Underneath my skin.
Baby, don't you know that when I'm smoking that cloud, got my head in plumes and clouds, you're the one I think of. Baby, don't you know that it's gonna go down when I hit the bottom now, you're the one I think of.
Boy, will you hit me up? I lost control. Will you help me? Little bottle of liquor, boy, will you hit me up? I lost control. Will you help me? I lost control.
Cause it really feels like I might be losing my grip. Oh yeah, I am. What you gonna say? What you gonna do when I lost control? We are lost. Yeah, we lost control. Yeah, we lost control.
Little bottle of liquor, boy, lost control. Will you help me? Love about it like a boy, will you hit me up? I lost control. Will you help me?
Cast your spell, spill your magic. There's nothing more that I want now. Use me up, make me manic. For when these ends of face drawing low, I'll be where the river flow. I'll go wherever you go. 'Cause I wanna know what it's like to be loved by you. I wanna know what it's like, wanna know like to be loved by you. I wanna know what it's like, wanna know what it's like to be loved by you, 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 loved by you. 'Cause I wanna know what it's like to be loved by you, loved by you. Catch that hope. Catch that hope. Catch that hope. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye. No. Never gonna give you up.
you go, never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give, never gonna give you up. Gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Burning like a sun, loyal as a soldier, kneeling at the stars, hoping that we'll be right. We'll be right. You'll be home. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Ticking like a bomb, falling in motion, center of the stage, hoping that we'll be right. Back again. You gotta help me out, help me out. Riding coasters to dream your eyes. You gotta help me out, help me out. Swim in oceans to breathe your life. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind, can't shape the lights. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. I want it all, just for the night. I live it out like I'll never die. I lose my head in the starry skies. Can't chain me down, I feel so alive. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light, turn up the light. This is what I waited for, 'cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more, 'cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up. It's what I waited for. Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind, can't shake the light. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars surround, the atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home, right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light, turn up the light. This is what I waited for, 'cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. This is what I waited for, 'cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more, 'cause the time keeps turning, feels just like it speeds up. It's what I waited for.
Close your eyes. Would you dream for me some paradise? Tell me who you see, 'cause I think I do want you next to me. Want you next to me, but does this work? 'Cause I know I can't get to you. I like the chase, and I know you do too. Am I just in love with the idea of you? 'Cause I'd cross a million seas. Would you do that for me? Yeah, I'd fly this whole world twice if I could be your paradise. Close never say what we think. Waiting for the perfect way. Time zone speak. Got me on delay. 'Cause across a million seas, would you do that for me? Goddamn world 3 times, and I'd run all the red lights across a million seas just to have you next to me. Paris and Tokyo, I go where I have to go. Screw geography, but would you do that for me?
I can't wait to leave this town, 'cause lately I've been feeling down. The cold nights just don't feel the same. Oh, like my life inside a car. Hit the button, drive real far. Put that record on me like. I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new night. Fight in the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you and I. Close, close and cool like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. You can't wait to see me now, 'cause lately you've been feeling down. You lay awake alone at night. Oh, like your life inside a car. Forget the world and drive real far. Put that record on again. Oh, my love, it's you and I. Close, close and cool like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new night. Fight in the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you and I. Close, close and cool like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. I can't wait to leave this town. I can't wait to leave this town, 'cause lately lately I've been feeling down.
Old walls that I built for you just to dig me out with silver spoons. No, I didn't see it coming. Oh, old walls that I'm stuck inside. I guess beauty's
out to pray today, but no one's listening anymore. Do I need to fade away or stay here laying down on the floor? I want to know if you be the shoulder that I need. I want to go, so take me to Neverland. Can you help me find a way? Where is the God that I need? Can I get some help today? Lord, help me with the blood that I bleed. I want to know if you be the shoulder that I need. I want to go, so take me to Neverland. Anxiety taking over me, I can't be the only one left. No, society breaking up on me, I just wanna be felt and taken and never left.
Don't give it up.
diamond from gold. Maybe you are something I cannot define. Maybe you are the fallen kind. I lay in bed with violence, the silent side of me. We see where fire starts to breathe. When I would lay in silence, the voice inside of me
used to dream about money, about a big house, but all I want is you. Your touch of fire when you love me, desirable, attainable, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm to dream about a cruiser that drove against the wind, but all I want is you. I know that fire when you touch me, my vision gets so dimmed, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm loved by you. By you. By you. What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being
sandstorm. I fought it, though I wanted everything to do with what you give to me. Loosening my grip has pulled you into me. When I let you go, it just pulled you closer. It's a long departure. I'm awake with the flame in a hailstorm. I'm back in, I gotta have it. Everything to do with what you give to me. Loosening my grip has pulled you into me. talked in a minute, but what is time? Living in the thoughts and the visions, but between the lines, yeah. I can't even talk with the visions there in my mind. Cause every time I fall, I can feel you there by my side, yeah. So show me the way and I'll follow you. Show me the way, cause that's all I do. Take the leap of faith and I'll dive into my diamonds. I'm finding this divine light inside of you. Tell me that you want me, baby. That ice cold stare, I just wanna know you, baby. From 1 to 3, got me looking everywhere for you. Count the stars, you on the sun. Underneath my skin, and my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of life shining underneath your skin. Underneath your skin. Underneath your skin. Wake up in the morning to get a touch from your arm. No regrets, I can't forget the scent you had on. Fingernails, they tell the tales of sex, but you're gone. Now I wonder what's coming next in this song. So show me the way and I'll follow you. Show me the way, cause that's all I do. Take the leap of faith and I'll dive into my diamonds. I'm finding this divine light inside of you. Tell me that you want me, baby. That ice cold stare, I just wanna know you, baby. From 1 to 3, got me looking everywhere for you. Count the stars, you on my side. Underneath my skin, and my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of life shining. Underneath your skin. Underneath your skin. My skin, feel my bones are creeping in. I don't want this love to end. Underneath my skin, when I look into your eyes, see the miracle of life shining. Underneath your skin. Underneath your skin.
Baby, don't you know that when I'm smoking that cloud, got my head in plumes and clouds, you're the one I think of. Baby, don't you know that it's gonna go down when I hit the bottom now, you're the one I think of.
Boy, will you hit me up? I lost control. Will you help me? Love about a liquor, boy, will you hit me up? I lost control. Will you help me?
Feels like I might be losing my grip, oh yeah I am. But you couldn't gonna say? What you gonna do when I lost control? We are lost. Yeah, we lost control. Yeah, we lost control.
Love about a liquor boy, will you hit me up? I lost control. Will you help me? Love about a liquor boy, will you hit me up? I lost control. Will you help me?
Cast your spill your magic. There's nothing more that I want now. Use me up, make me manic. For when these ends are faced, drawing low, I'll be where the river flow. I'll go wherever you go. 'Cause I wanna know what it's like to be loved by you. I wanna know what it's like, wanna know what it's like to be loved by you, loved by you. 'Cause I wanna know what it's like to be loved by you. I wanna know what it's like, wanna know what it's like to be loved by you, loved by you. 'Cause I wanna know what it's like to be loved by you. I wanna know what it's like, wanna know what it's like to be loved by you, 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 loved by you. 'Cause I wanna know what it's like to be loved by you, loved by you. Catch that hope. Catch that hope. Catch that hope.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to another game here in the inaugural EPULZE Invitational. We're back now for the second semi-final. It's between Dynamo Eclot and eSuba. A bit of a Czech derby coming through right here on the evening, on Friday evening. That means it's not only me, Strommers, but also Hytheria joining us. What's up, man?
Oh, I'm excited. We already had that initial match. It was a bit of a doozy, or at least the second map. The first map was impeccable, and we're going right back to that Mirage setting as well. And always as a caster, you try and look for storylines, right? Well, the storyline right here is perfectly laid out for us. It's a Czech derby.
Yeah, it's all you need. Also, you might need the prize pool, don't you? And there's plenty of incentive when it comes to this game, because that 10k prize pool that Nexus has already secured a bit of by getting to the grand finals earlier today, you know, you only get a share of it if you get to those grand finals. The winner of this game comes at least second, of course, and will get 3k in that case, or 7k if they win the finals. That is a massive split for the finalists. And yeah, you just have to win this game. There's no brownie points for getting to this playoff stage, and there's certainly no brownie points for losing against the local rival. So going to be a lot of fun. We've got Mirage up first, as you mentioned, Inferno, and then Ancient as our two other maps, with this Mirage pick coming from eSuba, and then Eclot picking Inferno. A fun series. I think all three really maps that I would enjoy, and these two teams both playing them in at least a pretty frequent state. We are actually getting into the game right here, right now then, ladies and gentlemen. It's between Eclot and eSuba. Let us begin with Eclot on that CT side, eSuba starting on the T side, with it being their map pick. What are we to look at for this one for Mirage, Hytheria?
Well, namely for Eclot at least, nobody in this tournament has been able to take double-digit rounds off of them. So at least that's what I'm going to be looking for, whether eSuba actually manage to do so. But I'm looking for a little bit of aggression on that CT side. We already talked about it in the previous series as well, where you can really make your entire map yours and make it a bit of a gamble house. As eSuba, they're pushing on to A. They're still once in firebox pitching, closing that gap at least, and getting control of site, but it's still not looking great for eSuba just yet, as they are getting counter right here as Eclot. They're slowly making their advance, but actually eSuba, they're making a pretty decent stand here.
Holding off in those post-map positions, even if they are quite close to the map, or close to the site rather. Eclot taking the time, meanwhile, rotating around and having made their presence towards jungle. Levi, I think he might think this CT area is shut off. He peeks back in now, missing on a couple opening shots. It's K1 Feeder to trade it right back as he comes through on a fadeaway. Hits it down, K1 Feeder, with so much to do, but nothing to do with. Levi comes up with a triple, and that will secure a first round for eSuba.
Every single time that Levi turned around, he managed to find a body and, well, make sure that that body turned out lifeless. Impeccable work there by Levi, and putting the team on his back on the pistol round, but it's only the pistol round, and Eclot, you'll already see it. They're right back to buy, and they don't want to let any time grow over this. They want to get right back at what they thought was there. They were in a decent position, especially with a CT push, but well, if you're going to come up against Levi, meanwhile eSuba, that's something we see a lot of in Mirage, is that mid-presence. It's such a valuable commodity once you do have it under control, because you can opt for so many more. But Dieter, he has that tunnel presence as well, and puts Destiny in that dirt.
Incredible. Dieter, such a talent out of the Czech region. I've been talking about him through the entire tournament as one of the most exciting players we have featured coming to this team, and only a couple weeks ago has been really a strong presence ever since. He taps out another one there with the Galil. That really puts a struggle now for eSuba in, as they barely even get into the A site, getting shot at from every direction before getting to enter. Savannah left all alone, but with way too many to kill off again. eSuba, they're going to be stuck at one round here by all intents and purposes. Nubik takes that one out. It's going to be 1-1. And Eclot recovering a couple rifles in there as well. Strong stuff for them.
Such a valuable round for them. They managed to salvage the guns and also win out. They have literally gotten the victory on every single end that they could have. They've done it with so many people left alive as well, and only one of them has to buy up. You see that M4, the rest, they're all T-guns, except for the scout, sure, but Eclot, they're putting themselves up in a decent position. eSuba, they also would like to clap back, and thus they're buying some deagles. And Nate right on the top of Savannah and Levi. Gonna have to take the brunt of that damage. 25% gone for Levi. Let's see what they decide to back down. But they have a 90 seconds to try and figure it out. And you do have ample time left to try and figure it out, see what you want. But it all starts yet again with that mid presence. The charge has been made and they've taken control at least.
Yeah, bit of a risky buy here. I think eSuba almost showing some type of showing a bit of confidence maybe in their own ability with buying up, trying to stay in this early battle for early control of this first half. Victor there to shut it down initially. He actually moves deeper into connector now as well, with about a minute on the clock. Been spotted, still managed to flick around. He gets the second kill before falling away. So that is still going to be man advantage, and eSuba having been spotted out. They do get mid control, but not much more found just yet. The time starting to become unnecessary now for eSuba to get a move on. That bomb is dropped in ladder room. A bit of a catastrophe for them. And with so little time left to recover that bomb and do all of the rest with 4 players left to be killed, eSuba look really like they are going to struggle here. Passion, Levi try to live up to it, but just getting locked out. Eclot giving them nothing. This captain takes that one.
Runs who finishes it off. Simple stuff from Eclot yet again. Their CT side is looking strong, but eSuba, they've had no proper buy, and that won't come this round either. They're going to have to be forced to take a bit of a step back and have some reprieve. Go out with the Glockies, see what they can do, and then it's all about damage. I think it's a victory if they even get 2 kills, because apart from that, you can't really expect much out of a round like this, and it's all about doing that extra damage on the start of Eclot and Caps, and he's also got a knock, so at least they'll have that information going into the next round. But apart from that, this round, it seems like a doozy for them.
Yep. Players like K1P that handle these just with 100% accuracy. It feels like Eclot really good against... I mean, these are Glocks, so I'm not sure how much credit you give to them, but even against those Deagle rounds, that's kind of why I was questionable towards the buy there from eSuba. Previously having to eco up in this round as a result, because Eclot are just way too good against the pistols. They do not give them any sort of respect and always find a way to rack up the kills with those rifle players, where they never seem to get found out in that way. If only a trade, or maybe even less, even against an onslaught, like we're going to see here towards the B site. eSuba try to flash in, spot out one. Nubik is up here as well as K1 does a spray from the 2 rifles, already dealing some damage. The nade in there as well. And they all stack up. Nubik gets a couple. K1 Fida gets a couple. And it's Eclot up by 2 with a 3-1 lead just within reach here. As the streak starts to build up, eSuba will have to win this round to really break it. Otherwise, this first half could get around quickly.
That firing range up boosted very nicely, taking care of all the Glocks, and there was no real chance for the Glocks to even do any damage. They were all gunned down. I like the aggressive position by Eclot, because a B push, if you have 2 rifles up there, is going to be nullified so quickly, and there won't even be the opportunity to grow any legs on the perhaps Glock round and ecoing your opponent. But eSuba, this is where it matters. We can forget about everything that's happened in the past and just make that blank for now, because this is where you write history, or at least where you change the tide. And usually history is written in the story of the victor. So eSuba, they very much will like that. They got naded at top mid though, and they're gonna have to back down just a little bit.
Peter wanted to get aggressive there, but nobody really showing themselves for eSuba. They play it a little bit more smartly than that, avoiding the utility from the CTs. Throw out a couple smokes of their own with a bit of a stack out towards window. You've got Nubik up in ladder room, and then Detour kind of exiting from his initial position of connector where he usually stands. eSuba looking for a mid to B split now, having 2 players up in apartments. The rest come from short. Nubik here to guard it. He only does a bit of damage, and that's it. K1 Fida now with so much responsibility on his shoulders as Detour does come in on the rotate, but nothing found for K1, and that's going to be surely the round for eSuba. You can see Valencio, Caps, and they both run away in a beautifully executed B split there from the I was gonna say Czech side, both obviously Czech. It's eSuba with, yeah, just a beauty in terms of the round.
Valencia still stuck with the Galil as well. They're obviously not going to be entirely happy with that regard. We'd like to trade that in for an M4 or an AK. Well, unfortunately, he can't really have the pick of his choosing. He just has to give or take what's given to him, rather. And eSuba, they're going to get this round. The most important part is that they did it with 5 players left alive, or, well, as of this moment, and they're going to hole up in apps as well. They don't want to push out any further. Know that it's incredibly important to preserve their guns, and Eclot, they're still starting to accrue some money here. But you look at K1 Fida, he's already in a relatively tough position. Detour after he's bought up as well. Eclot, I think they've got one more buy in them, but apart from that, it's gonna be rough for them. eSuba, they still need this round if they want to break that economy.
The 5 AKs to try and do it with. Capson is back in with an op though, so challenges on that front is he looks to get involved a little bit. So strong Capson is on those opening duels with the AWP in hand. Often finds his mark. Let's see if he gets an opportunity here as they have rotated around a little bit in that mid angle detour play now window. Nubik still up on short, but it's Capson who's been put now in connector, an aggressive position for him initially. Backs away now. Detour is well tagged up. He'll get dissuaded. It won't do too much either, so eSuba actually do nab quite good control there of mid, with Levi even looking to go through window, it looks like. Nobody particularly looking for that angle right now. As that smoke fades, Nubik with his back turned, Levi almost has him down. Nubik just within reach. Peeks in as Levi with the kill. And a 5-on-4 quickly traded by Capson. Just with about a minute remaining, eSuba show their hand. So many in connector now as they look for that A hit through middle. Valencia and Detour both over here. Detour gets a couple, and then Capson's rotated in, and the CTs do hold up as eSuba went for another split through mid. This time not quite as successful.
Every single time that eSuba have gotten the chance, they take that mid control with the rifles, with whatever they've got. Every single time they've come up empty with it as well. So maybe it's time to start going for a different avenue, and well, they're at least getting the up in the mix, so that's already a different avenue. The big drain might just be enough to change the ties here for eSuba, but Eclot, they're looking impeccable right now. They will not relent. They won't back down, and they'll stand their ground. Well, taking a few down with them, but yet again, eSuba, they're back to same old, same old. And Detour, this could be a good start for eSuba, so let's at least get down Detour. But Nubik, meanwhile, sneaking up. This could be a nice little double spray, and indeed, he doesn't even see the second, but he still gets the kill. Lee Savannah is able to return it now. Capson with the knob tries to take that challenge. Will initially back down because Savannah, he's not peeking his head around the corner. He knows. Well, as soon as he peeks into Capson, that's his life over and done with.
So have a lot of different ways they could go now, but I think they actually will just go off of Peshin's information and his space that he's garnered up on this A site. Valencia is up on ticket now, but Peshin's position could really get deadly. I don't think they know about this. Valencia peeking around, so unaware, and Capson not looking for it either, as Peshin will take one. Did they even go towards the A site now? Even as he has the entire site, eSuba, this seems to be a full-out fake with Peshin turning his back using all of his utility. K1 Fida just holds his trigger for now as Capson rotates over. This is so smart. Eclot are making the rotation before they get into the B site. K1, he gets the kill, and Capson's already here. eSuba have no clue. Capson misses the shot. 2-on-2 still as he misses on the flick. Eclot's big brain move maybe not going to work out quite in that way. That's a 1-on-2 instead of set up. A tough one for K1 with them knowing his position, or at least roughly. eSuba on course for the round still. I do love what they were trying to do there.
It's so smart. It's so incredibly smart. They K1 had the information, fed it to his teammate, and they did exactly what they had to do. I would have liked it if K1 even tried to sneak over to B side already to try and reinforce before he gunned him down, but that's only a matter of a few seconds, and realistically, that initial shot by Capson had to be a hit. As soon as it wasn't, well, that was the round done and over with eSuba on site, and looks like K1 Vita not even going to attempt it. Probably the smartest play here at a 2-on-1, and not that much time left. eSuba, they get their third and manage to inch one round closer yet again to Eclot. Still a decent buy on the side of Eclot. It's still fine for them. It's one of those rounds where they had such a good play. They had a big brain move, and they still have their entire round flattened.
Yeah, but you can't always just base the merit of an idea based on the results, right? Because I feel like if you're putting it down to Capson hitting a shot towards apps from market, a pretty wide open shot, I'd take that chance. Even if he misses it that time, I'd do this exact thing, the exact same move one more time, you know? But it will be a quicker tempo round this time around. Capson hits it while fully flashed. eSuba still want to make their way into that A site with so many smokes rained over. As Peshin takes a bit of damage, but Eclot have kept their full horsepower here. Capson here's a couple steps. See, it's a second shot in a row. Makes up for his earlier mistakes. Retribution's already repaid as Eclot find themselves in a 5-on-3. eSuba yet to enter as Valencia holds another one off as eSuba completely locked out of the site. Even with all those smokes, they simply could not handle those couple caps and kills, and then the trades for Valencia and Detour, and the timeout is called. That's a very good bounce back round for Eclot, just as you could have seen them lose a bit of grip of this first half.
They make it incredibly tough for eSuba. They didn't even break the seal of the site. It's still perfectly intact in the entire war zone. Every single casualty just falls on the side of eSuba, and Eclot, they are starting to build up that money yet again. Slowly but surely, the bank is getting bigger. It's still very little, don't get me wrong, but eSuba, you look at their money, they're not going to have too much to buy. And, well, realistically, the odds are heavily in favor of Eclot, and if you play purely by the odds, this should be another round for them. But eSuba, they would like to sneak one away. A bit of broad daylight robbery is what they would prefer right at this moment. And as soon as they run towards B, I'm always like, yeah, it's going to be a B rush. But whether it's actually going to be the case, I think Eclot yet again, they might just double stack up as well. The AWP is there. Caps, I know he's going to be the only one, and a deep molly is going to prevent eSuba doing anything there.
They do have so much utility. I'm wondering if they were going to wait it out anyway, eSuba. Go for a delayed rush or so. With so many smokes in their arsenal, they already set up for a couple. Now they throw him in. Capson missing that early shot. He does throw in a Molotov to delay them a little bit further, at least do some damage. K1 Fida holding the knife for some reason. Trying to get out of there as Capson finds one. The rotation's already in here. Detour in there with at least the 2 kills. And then Nubik helps out. The rotation's so quick for Eclot. And even if they lose grip a little bit this round compared to previous similar rounds, similar buys.
Oh no!
They still make it work. That was rough for Bloods as well. Ooh. Yeah, 6 for 8. And again, like even if that didn't look as stable, maybe Eclot are still playing fundamentally sound against those ecos every single time. It feels like, and I never sensed that they're in jeopardy of losing basically any of them.
They're looking solid.
Yeah.
Well, solid might not be good enough as eSuba.
Is this solid?
Because they... Oh, it's, I mean, 6-3.
No, I meant the buy. First, I think.
Oh, no, the buy is detrimental, mate. A P250 and a Deagle, that's heinous. Well, you know what? Maybe Blogius can tap heads with the Deagle. They're man can dream.
Yeah, Eclot are going for their typical setup in mid, the one that I think is most successful for them just historically. When they set up with Detour being allowed so much space, you know, he can kind of free roam wherever he wants to be. Gets a couple here as Capson. It's already put a lock on, or a lid rather, on what eSuba can really accomplish in this round. K1 Feeder just hiding away. Bomb not going to get to that B site, and Destiny will try his best, but it's a Glock in a USP-shaped world. Whatever. I think it's the old quote, right, from...
Yeah, go on. You got this. I believe you.
I just didn't remember who it was from. But it was about, I think it was Liam Gallagher, about his brother. He's got all he's got is a fork in a spoon-shaped world or something like that. But whatever. It doesn't fully go together, that quote. But I think the Glock, never really something you look out for, you know. AKs, though. Ops, though, you know, maybe more in demand. Oh, wow.
Oh, there you go. Borges
very much in demand.
Detour or Peshin might just be able to get Valencia as well. No, instead of Valencia getting the drop on him, and Valencia is going to advance his push. He's going to very quickly run into the bomb if he decides to go further, but Valencia doesn't want to overstep his mark. Backtracks, and Dusty, with a flash, he might have gotten faked out a little bit, but Levi also in Palace might just be able to do some damage, while he's slowly but surely getting down the stairs. Valencia will shut that advance down. He's been in key position every single time of this round. He's currently being won in a guerrilla war. There's no real big battle going on, not a single big push. But instead, it's all those little battles being won by Valencia and are currently bringing it to an entirely level playing field. Yet again, Valencia in a key position against Desti. He has a back turn, and he's going to get his head ripped off through the woodworks as well. And that's eSuba entering onto A side. This should be a solid hold by them now because they've got so much time to set up those close plant positions. Captain tried his luck through the smoke, but instead they come up empty, and that should be the round for eSuba.
Captain running away. They do have some money on the board, Eclot, but that round definitely gone to waste despite Valencia's best efforts in a bit of a weird one. I can't fault him really either. Looking for that information at Palace, just the timing that eventually came off a little bit wrong. Eclot maybe a little bit too spread out in that 3-on-3 I thought, or 3-on-4. Felt like they could have definitely played a little bit more together. You know, at least have a 2-1 setup rather than,
or more defensive.
Yeah, it felt like, again, with that spread out nature, it wasn't too defensive. Yeah, they just sort of bet on all the horses, and even if one wins, not really a net profit in the end. And no horses won somehow, so Eclot, they end up with...
Tripped and fell.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
No money back, no refunds. But it did have enough money anyway, so rifles bought up here, and that op obviously kept over for Capson against that continued full buy for eSuba.
A key round, if you look at the money, it's going to be broken on either side. Capson still has a lot to play with, but might not have his life to play with. Instead, takes Blogus and it absorbs his power. Peshin in tunnels as well, getting aggressive. You might have heard Detour. No, he evidently didn't, otherwise he wouldn't have pulled out a molly. Capson trying to reinforce the retreat of Detour. Instead of Detour is going to retreat into the ground. The only thing left of him will be his ghost. Valencia running out from the shadows. Gets his top taken off cleanly by Destiny, and well, that is his brain splattered all over the wood as Dynamo Eclot look to fall apart here, and eSuba, they're the ones facilitating it.
Getting back to get that bomb. I think they've heard Capson now. Valuable information for Levi. You might even be able to hear him step around in CT. Wonder if that changes what eSuba try to do. Levi maybe looking for a flank here even with about a minute remaining. All kind of strange situation now, where he is behind enemy lines, but Nubik could still peek in. They don't know about him as Capson misses that shot. About 50 seconds, eSuba do get the ball down. Nubik, no! He'll shut it down! Only for the one, but Levi comes back in. And eSuba do have a fifth. All feels a little bit up in the air sometimes with them, even when they seem to be in control, but they make it work and they make a bit of a streak out of it. 2 rounds in a row, and could definitely make it a third as he call a timeout. What do you do here with the money? Because I feel like you either bet on Capson getting an op, or maybe you could just go for like a decent force buy on everyone.
You at least have the op. That's
Yeah,
Capson pulling the trigger on that. That makes a lot of sense,
Yeah.
and the rest is probably going to buy it with whatever they can. But K1 Feeder, it's such an annoying position to have 1900. You're probably going to have armor. He doesn't have to buy head armor, so that's at least some extra util in his bag. So he's probably going to go for a deagle, some armor, and some util, whatever they so desire.
Oh, they're going to go for half buy actually. Yeah, Capson, that makes sense now with him staying on 1900. Yeah. Valencia might be able to buy up quite a bit here actually to get down. Yeah,
Deagles.
That is reasonable. I think Detour is basically... Oh, never mind. He actually bought up a little bit further. I think Nubik is the one. Nubik is the one who's going to be saving up a little bit more to basically save up for an op for Capson as he peeks in with his op here and wins that fight yet again, this time against Levi, but it's all the same to him. To get that 5-on-4 on the board is so crucial as he repositions now as well. That all that Eclot basically have in the round. And they've put it to great use already. As he gets put in jungle now instead, eSuba do move towards the A.
Coming into this round, I wondered whether getting an op was actually worth the investment, but Capson, he proves that it certainly is. Not just yet, though, because eSuba, they're looking to make their charge, and their presence is going to be known on ace out rather quickly. That should pull the rotation from Eclot. Lencio in an aggressive position quickly gets his head torn apart. And, well, the sandwich position also not working wonders for Detour, and then the AWP was smoked off entirely. There might just be a bit of combat open going down on that CT side. Savannah quickly gonna back down and might just pull the trigger from Capson as well. Before he does that on the rotation, he's gonna do it one last time on Savannah. He will reside in probably death. Indeed, Bloggers takes him out of the equation.
Actually, that's BM. That is BM. To kill up the opposing opper, the op counterpart, and then take his AWP. Wow. What was mentioned, by the way, at the start of that round, Nubik, typically you see the opper in those half buys obviously save up a little bit, but because Capson was the one buying it up there, Nubik was the one to save a little bit further, so he gets to buy up and up for Capson in this round. What a privilege that is. And then the rest are able to still get those M4s on the board. Basically just doing a switcheroo there between them. Capson residing now towards A with a bit of a... going back to basics basically on mid. Nubik and Detour back together as the mid pairing with a lot of eSuba presence over here. Standing at the bottom of mid. Just around the corner from connector. Blog is up on catwalk as well. I think they're looking for that smoke to dissipate. Peeks in, Detour in there. He gets a double kill for it. And as Capson already found a kill on A. To really diminish what eSuba once had. Which was 5 players. Now it looks kind of impossible as Nubik moves up. And gets a bit of information as well. Might be able to move over towards that base site with that being eSuba's final hope. He'll flank around. This is so aggressive.
eSuba, they've got 2 key factors. They need to move perfectly in order to win this round away. It's certainly not in their favor, but there's been crazier things that have been happening in the game of Counter-Strike. So they certainly are still present. Peshin, he's the one who has the entry. They're putting him in a key position, but he quickly gets dealt with by Nubik all the way from actually behind it. They don't even realize it. They don't know it, and that should be the round all for Dynamo Eclot. Nubik in such a key position. K1 Feeder, he's going to play his life and knows that. He just has to wait for the rotation, and that will be a relatively unscathed round for Dynamo Eclot.
Perfectly done. Getting, obviously, that big cushion in terms of the early part of that round. Detour with a wonderful peek into middle. Getting the 2 kills is almost outrageous from that position, which feels like a one and done more often than not. But then also the way they close it out there is super solid Counter-Strike. Obviously have K1 Feeder as a trustable anchor, but also the wrap around there was super smart. Nubik in the end gets rewarded with at least a kill and potentially a 9th round now for Eclot. At the very least a halftime win. But it is the final round of the first half with eSuba putting up some decent weaponry at least. Still challenging for this one. Nubik in the fight wins it up in Palace. eSuba still wanting to rotate over towards A, but surely diminished in terms of their hope for this site. Blog is trying to make it right back. He gets damaged up in the process. Capson in there as well, so eSuba yet again, kind of like last round. Feels like they're just running out of steam towards the end of this T side. Kill here on A.
Peshin stepping through the flames. Wants to get some Phoenix vibes. But Bloggers might not check top at all, Booth. Valencio, he just spraying through, but he quickly has to back down. Such a vulnerable position that you can't overstay your welcome in. And eSuba, at least slowly but surely crawling forward. As they want to stop the advance from eSuba, but eSuba, they're charging on through, but they already have a flank going on, and Detour, he's going to put the nail in the coffin, surely, and that's only metaphorically, as Detour indeed taps the head first, and then Valencio makes sure that the Dynamo Eclot finish this half with 9-6.
Wonderful stuff. Eclot turning out exactly what we were expecting from them. Now that CT side, it's their favored one, but in the end, very impressive nonetheless with their play. Now we switch over to the T side. As we noted coming into this game, both teams kind of a little bit worse when it comes to especially that T side, but they'll have to have that free round cushion as enough, and winning this pistol round would obviously be crucial in that, just keeping the lead going. Because as soon as eSuba, if they could just start up an early streak here, eSuba, that halftime lead, Eclot carried into the second half with, that might just go down to next to nothing.
Could disintegrate.
Mm.
But could, yet again, being the key word in Bloggers. At least having the first interaction. They quickly backs out of it, though. Doesn't want to give his life away for such a measly little battle. And Peshin, he will very easily take a kill on Captain Dynamo Eclot. Their entire plan seems to be slowly but surely falling apart, and they're just going to charge onto B. That always seems like a good option. If the initial plan doesn't work, just try plan B. Rush on in there. And it has worked wonders for them, and they even have to got their behinds covered as well. Their Booty secured, or at least if Detour wins it out, and he sure does, doesn't even take any damage in the altercation as well. Bloggers getting cleanly taken off the face of the earth. Destiny still wants this round for his team, though, together with Savannah. Pushing through market, they still have plenty of life to play with, but not time. That is slowly but surely ticking down, and well, Father Time is never on your side, and this time you're going to have to be their daddy instead. K1 Beta, he makes Destiny his son of Valencio. He doesn't even want to adopt Savannah, puts him in the dirt.
10-6. That's just what they wanted. On this, on their opponent's map pick as well, Eclot have thoroughly put themselves in the driver's seat all of a sudden. On that T side as well, you really can build up a streak, because the CT buy, not one that looks all too impressive. The Deagles might have to upset what is mostly a rifle buy here from the T side, because I think if eSuba lose the first gun round after hypothetically losing this one, they're put into almost a must-win pretty quickly here on the CT side. That's not a position you want to be in so early on your map pick.
Now, the thing we haven't really talked about is, since it's a Czech derby, of course there's a lot of things on the line, mainly pride and wanting to get that prestige in your favor. But something we haven't talked about is the fact that these teams probably know each other in and out. They know the strategies, and then it becomes a game of trying to adapt, but also not in a way that is very evident. So you kind of have to make your opponents guess, and that brings a bit of that metronome mentality where it swings back and forth time and time again. But right now they're going to swing wide on B. Levi at least taking down one to the grave with him. That will be all. That is yet again B site taken by Dynamo Eclot. This time eSuba have got a lot more life to play with, though.
Yeah, but also so many to face, right? With these rifles, it is less fragile for a 4-on-4 for that T side when you do have the AKs as stabilizing factors, rather than just relying on headshots on the Glocks. And you can see eSuba actually saving here with some of the armor saved over. Would have had to eco in the next round, and won't be investing too much within it, but I guess they will have a puncher's chance in the same way that they did have a puncher's chance in this one. Kind of expecting them just to maybe stack up in the next round, maybe just go for maximum reward with a bit of risk involved. Eclot, for now, have proven once more that they can take that B site with force and really can't put themselves in what's now turning out to be quite the round advantage. With, as I said, minimal investment into this round, it will be just those Deagles to try and perform once more.
You just have to hit one bullet. It's as simple as that. When you boil it all the way down. Well, unfortunately, this is not boiled all the way down. There's a lot more intricacy involved in eSuba. They've been yet to find that, but Bloggers getting aggressive and indeed gets gunned down directly by Detour, punishes the aggression. That's already eSuba starting this round from a deficit. Savannah might just be burning to a crisp. The barbecue will be unfolding in K1 Beta. He says to Savannah that he's not invited. Dynamo Eclot, they start this round perfectly. Sure, it's not a full buy for eSuba, but they would like to at least do some damage.
Yeah, but nothing of the sort, right? I do like that barbecue analogy, but also it feels like he's not only not invited, he is the food they're going to be eating.
He's getting spit roasted.
Yeah, he is the one getting spit roasted. There's no food for you. You are the food. Eclot, they survive off of that food by quite a bit. Feels like eSuba getting nothing in return here for saving over from that previous round. Oh, Detour go for knife. Yeah.
Oh,
Acrimonious stuff.
wow.
12-6.
What?
Must win
what
question. Oh yeah, go on.
Being knifed in the back or being spit roasted?
Oh, knife is worse. What's the question? What's worse?
Yeah.
Since you can't pull out an animation for spit roasting, I think it's nice.
Fair enough.
Eclot 12-6 must win, question mark.
Yes! Exclamation mark.
Cool. Yeah, that's all I want to know.
Great analogy.
No,
Great
yeah, I
analogy
just wanted it, you know, snappy, effective, and that's exactly what you provided me with the exclamation mark as well, showing off that it's quite an important round here for eSuba against an Eclot that are basically going in with a stamp of, well, we don't really have to win this one. They have so much money in the bank. This is a bonus round, a free hit, if you will. And they'll
authoritative.
put out a couple of smokes towards A. Yeah, it's with those Mach 10s to try and move it. So many CTs waiting for them. I'll just take it pretty patiently here for now.
I like the fake out. They're going directly back. They're throwing the smokes over the top, but it seems like eSuba, they're well aware of this. And Dynamo Eclot, I do agree with this decision, right? Because you have the Mach 10s, you want that up close and personal, but Bloggers is going to try and prevent that. And Levi, he's stoked behind enemy lines, and he will make sure that Detour doesn't have a mind to think anymore. And Bloggers will prevent the push from getting on too much further. eSuba, they seem like they've got this round on lock, and with Cable and Feeder being taken out as well, it will make sure that eSuba get an entirely clean round. And this key round that we put so much emphasis on being taken out without a casualty on the side of eSuba, that is impeccable and immaculate work by them.
The first CT round, of course, is well pivotal in itself, right? But I just think that was bad from Eclot. I don't know what that was. It felt just like a bad idea. They had no map control whatsoever. Really sloppy execution along with that, but just not really clearing any other corners either. I don't know. I did not love that one. As Bloggers comes right back in with another KO punch to the face of Caps, and that's Detour bringing it back though. Eclot have been good at that all game, haven't they? As soon as they take a defeat in terms of a 5-on-4, they always seem to be able to trade it back at least to an even position. Detour does it that time and keeps it now in at least an even spot. Eclot with bit of a move towards mid, it looks like.
At least with Bloggers getting aggressive in Palace, that K1 Feeder knows that he can try and peek up, so that at least it won't be gunned down with an open. It will be a fair duel. Dynamo Eclot, they're going to run into the Mulcher, or actually maybe they return the fire, and indeed they will. It will be a heavy fought battle in the end. No side will be coming out the winner, and that is usually the case of war. Everybody just loses out in eSuba. They still want to win this initial battle, though. The entire map is currently in favor of Dynamo Eclot. And that favor can be strengthened right here, right now, in a 2-1-2. A little bit of wingman action, but they've got the entire round to play with. Levi, he's going to be running on E, taking off the brain, and Valencio, it now has been reduced to a simple 1-on-1. It's a easy position. Bloggers, he's got the information, and that might already be the end. Valencia with a peak, but not quite down, and 19 HP still remains on Bloggers. One bullet, one in the chamber, and that's what you got to work with. Instead, Valencio guns him down like there was no remorse.
What a first step from Valencio coming out from the corner. As soon as he saw Bloggers, obviously that relied on him missing that one opportunity, which was never going to be guaranteed, but Valencio making great use of the fact that he did miss. And so even if he has a bit of fortune with him, that 1-2 still well fought out, well executed from Valencio. Just what they needed to keep eSuba at an arm's length here. 6 rounds the difference. Detour went in for the peak on a good spawn there with the AWP. No result for it. As Eclot to spread out now. More action towards mid, it looks like, with eSuba putting so many resources here. I count 4 players dedicated to either connector or short at the moment. Even if that surely starts to change soon. No! They put 1 in ladder room, 1 on the boost, and then 2 looking for connector. What is all of that?
Well, that could be the information that you have on the other team already. You could just be trying to go for a hard raid, and especially in the position that they're currently in, they don't have much util to play with anymore. And with a minute left and only 1 smoke to try and fend off any push, to try and immobilize it, you want to take just a bit of a risk. Obviously, don't put yourself out there. Don't go for a silly challenge that you never would go for. But you want to try and win this round purely on merit. Try and read your opponent, but it might just have to be a homing missile to the face every single time. Once they push onto site, they're posing up for a B push and a molly. Not going to do the same as a smoke, but it will do at least somewhat similar. There they go. Dynamo, Eclot, they're going to flush onto side. Detour ritually bangs it into the pot real quick. K1 feeder trades out Levi. Will falter as well, and that should be the round for Dynamo Eclot. This battle by Nubik, it's only a favorable one for him. Destiny at least get something back. eSuba, they still have a chance, but it seems to me that Destiny, he's just slowly but surely walking into the bushes and away from the situation.
That should be 14. It is. He slowly gets out of there. A 14-7 scoreline on eSuba's map pick here in favor of Eclot in the Czech derby that we've dubbed this second semi-final. The first one obviously going down previously today. Next is taken down Offset, dismantling the Portuguese hope within the tournament. Launax even looking particularly impressive there. The young prospect from Romania. Yeah, it is like that. He looked really impressive in that one. Next is having gone that final spot, that grand final spot, where all of the prize pool resides. The winner playing Nexus, the winner of this game, that being playing Nexus tomorrow, Sunday, or Saturday, I mean, at 6 p.m. CET. It is only Friday, isn't it? 14-7 on this very fine Friday evening. eSuba with a kind of a half buy.
They have to, right? You also don't want to let Eclot go onto match point, and Detour, he's getting aggressive, almost getting taken out from behind, but instead Savannah, as soon as he steps one tiny misstep, he gets his head torn to shreds, and Bloggers will suffer the same fate. Valencio, the one to deliver it for him. eSuba, this round slowly but surely disintegrating in front of their very eyes, and the kills are starting to stack up for Dynamo Eclot, marking their presence and putting their authoritative stamp on this round yet again, something they've done so often already. In eSuba, they've come up empty this entire half.
Yeah, just the one round on CT, that is bad for them, who do rack up most of their rounds on this very side. They get a majority of their rounds, specifically on Mirage as well. It's about 60% of their rounds being done on CT, so to only pick up one here after doing an okay job on T, I think I don't think we had any problems with that, considering how weighted it is in the CT side's favor for them. But it's really not impressed me so far, what they've shown off here. In the second half, I guess they do have still some of that individual ability to maybe compete on the second map, but for now, Eclot definitely in that driving seat. Match point, obviously, here on Mirage. We'll be moving into in front of next after this one's over, by the way, which is Eclot's map pick, so make sure to stick around for that, even as this one might be coming to a close. A gun round to keep eSuba alive. Bloggers to keep eSuba alive. What a peak that is. Yet again, from
the aggression from eSuba. It has been punished a fair few times, but it also has been very rewarding. So I guess in that regard, it is still very 50-50. Destiny's going to make sure that that is 100% battle against Detour. 73 HP left remaining, but that's still fine. The Eclot, they've hijacked the car. eSuba, they were supposed to be in the driver's seat, and Bloggers at least tries to fight back from the back seat, but eSuba, they're still not done just yet. Sure, they might have gotten this round, but that's only the first step on a massive walk all the way towards tying it up. They can't even get the victory in regulation. They have to tie it up and then win overtime.
So 7 rounds in a row. Not quite as ludicrous as you laid out the plan for Offset in that previous game against Nexus when they had to win like 10 in a row to make it back. And you made it sound so simple then, Hyperia. Why can't the 7 rounds in a row, what would be 8 rounds in a row, include that already past challenge of the 23rd round? Why can't that be as simple? We've got double ops on eSuba. They mixed it up before it doesn't work, but then Capson is in amongst it. He's taken up Bloggers' spot that he was playing so often on that T side and makes it work. And a wonderful opening kill to really now put Eclot in a position to win this one out. They get into that A site. Savannah tries to bring it back somehow, but there's so many players locked away from the site. And Savannah isolated, brought down. That's Detour bringing one. That's Levi with all that is left on eSuba. Eclot surely now penciled in for a 16-8 win here on Mirage. Levi gets tagged down already, but with players swarming all around him. We are headed for an Eclot win on eSuba's map pick. It's Dynamo Eclot with the lead in that series, in this series, in the Czech derby. We'll be right back then with Inferno in just a little bit. That's Eclot's map pick. Looking to close this one out. Looking to get to the grand finals in a 2-0 series. Otherwise, we'd have to go all the way to Ancient. We'll have to find out in a moment if we do see this one swept out of the way. I have a feeling it's not going to be quite that simple. We'll be right back to explore that further. See you then.
I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Close your eyes, seek paradise. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the lights. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. I want it all, just for the night. I live it out like I'll never die. I lose my head in the starry skies. Can't change me down, I feel so alive. Back down, only one way out. I let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turned me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. dice. Won't change your mind. Can't shake the light. I'll take the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars surround. The atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home, right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I'll let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turn me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking hard for me to keep up. I can't take it no more. 'Cause the time keeps turning. Feels just like it speeds up. Is what I waited for.
Close your eyes. Would you dream for me? Some paradise. Tell me who you see, 'cause I think I do want you next to me. Want you next to me, but does this work? 'Cause I know I can't get to you. I like the chase, and I know you do too. Am I just in love with the idea of you? 'Cause I'd cross a million seas. Would you do that for me? Yeah, I'd fly this whole world twice if I could be your paradise. Close your eyes. Will you dream for me? Some paradise. Tell me who you see, 'cause I think I know what you mean to me. What you mean to me, but does this work? Only 'cause we never say what we think. Waiting for the perfect way. Time zone speak. Got me on delay. 'Cause I cross a million seas. Would you do that for me?
cold nights just don't feel the same. Oh, like my life inside a car, hit the button, drive real far, but that record only like. I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new night. Fight in the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you and I. Close, close and cool like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. You can't wait to see me now, 'cause lately you've been feeling down. You lay awake alone at night. Oh, like your life inside a car. Forget the world and drive real far. Put that record on again. Oh, my love, it's you and I. Close, close and cool like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high. I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new night. Fight in the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you and I. Close, close and cool like this fire. So reach for the stars, 'cause we're aiming high.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another map here in the series between eSuba and Dynamo Eclot in the Czech Derby in the second semi-final of the inaugural EPULZE Invitational. We're here, Inferno, as the second map. Eclot having won Mirage 16-7, looking for that grand final spot against Nexus in just 2 maps. eSuba want to bring us to an ancient decider. I'm here, Stromas. You can see that right there. Before we went into this one, Hyperia joining me as Eclot just tried to overrun his base site, but getting tagged out in the process. Bloggis gets absolutely whacked, and Eclot have B and a man advantage.
Oh my. That's just disrespectful, Nubik. Jumping around the corner with a Glock and tapping him in his face. Okay, sure. And then now you actually have to hold side in long distance. That's not really something that the Glock likes to be tapping at. Valencio will still make sure that he gets down Peshin. Levi about to run into Nubik and quickly runs a bullet through his face as well. Capson just running away from Levi. Just time is not on this side. Doesn't have a kit. Obviously, Dynamo Eclot don't know, but at least they can stall as long as possible as they don't even want to peek. Capson moves in, but Valencia is still holding and making sure that the angle's as tight as possible and then make sure that the bullet is tightly lodged into the skull of Levi.
Eclot, so many of those players, right? Detour, Valencio, players like that really are sort of metronomes that keep rounds in check. Feels like Eclot can always stay in advantage, whether they go down to a 4-on-5 and one of those two or maybe one of the others can bring them right back and keep them at the very least above water, or in that case where they can keep eSuba at an arm's length. Always feels like they're one step ahead with those types of players. Obviously facing an Eco here, which, as we noted on Mirage, they're quite good in these situations. They rarely drop out in these type of rounds. Even if Savannah misses on the Sis,
A
it will be
millisecond.
Eclot with a sweep up job, getting that B-side for free almost, and not to spend too many resources anywhere else really. Or bullets, for that matter, as Valencio taps away. He'll lose his life, but I think they can recover that AK with just one of the Mac 10s.
3 of them.
Capson just wins this fight. So nothing really of value lost, right?
And calling Valencia's life not valuable. Wow.
I'm calling his temporary life. You've got me. You've got me.
Yeah. Yeah, put you on the chopping block. And well, Valencia has been doing the same to his opponent, so it's only fair. 2 of his teammates still yet to get a kill. Capson getting his kill stolen away every single time. 3 assists for him into the 2 rounds that they've got on the board. But eSuba, they're going to be fighting back here with a full arsenal. Not fully furnished, but at least they all have guns to work with. And Dynamo, Eclot, they also don't all have guns, so it's a fair fight. It's a scrap in the mud, and then it all comes down to who slips first, who trips and falls. And Dynamo, Eclot, they want to lure eSuba into that trap, of course, as they're setting up heavy in second mid and wanting to bait in eSuba to overstep their mark and come peeking around the corner. But eSuba, they're staying posted. They don't want to overstep. They just are loving the position that they're currently sitting in, and they will very much accept Dynamo, Eclot having to push onto site at a certain point. But they've got 2 Mac 10s to do so, at least.
Lost has
There
come
they go.
through. Those Mac 10s maybe being put in most of the first. But Bloggis on the flank. Capson there. He does spot him out, but that's the 1 kill. Bloggis back it again. He does get traded there. Valencia wins at the site as well. Eclot avoid disaster. Molotov late into the site, and Levi caught off by it. He gets a trade. Savannah stuck in short. Another flank comes through, this time into the favor of the T side. We're trading that one out in beautiful fashion, even as Eclot felt very much like they could have dropped the ball there. They keep their form and keep those trades rolling to deliver a 3rd round in a row.
We're going to buy up half yet again on the start of eSuba so they can facilitate themselves with a proper one on the round thereafter. That means that Dynamo, Eclot, they have a very favorable round up ahead, and they all the only thing that they need to do is bag it up and bring it home with them. Make sure that the bag doesn't tear, and probably double bag it. And with that, of course, it's a metaphor. You can't double bag in CSGO. It's more take it certain. Don't try and be incredibly aggressive, because there's no real need to. As soon as you do that, and as soon as you're starting to go for those solo battles, well, this is exactly what happens. At least Valencio gets the return kill, but Levi, he tore the head off of Detour, opening this round in a proper fashion for eSuba, and at least setting the tone. Now Dynamo, Eclot, they want to set the rhythm, smartly thrown away the AK, and Levi, he's still staying posted. He is daring anybody to peek into him, popping a few deagle bullets, but that actually allows K1 Beta to move through and finding a completely empty coffin's position. And I think Dynamo, Eclot, they're going to be slowly, surely crawling into this B site. Oh, Levi.
That's the yet again peek, and Nubik has him that time. K1 smartly checks it. A boosted position. Obviously, would be a deadly sin not to against a pistol buy, but they smartly do. I like the fact that they went for those delayed smoke, that delayed CT smoke as well. Meant that they had a chance to really clear out the angle where they knew at least one was standing. They make it all work and don't get caught by it, because especially with a smoke there, you might not have checked, for example, that boosted position. They do that time, so Eclot, they make it work. Again, largely for those rifle players. And that's why it makes sense Eclot are such a good Inferno team, and why eSuba struggle a little bit more on this map, I think. Because Eclot, they just rely on those rifle players a whole lot more. Capson is not put into the opening kill sections or in other portions of the map as much as the op counterpart on eSuba. For maps like Mirage, they have Belog is taken like over 25% of attempts on opening kills. Eclot, they just rely a lot more on those AKs to do the job, and on maps like Inferno where that AWP is not quite as impactful in many ways, with fewer angles to play around with. That just makes Eclot a lot more deadly, and maybe even more consistent, even on other maps like Mirage, for that example, for that matter, where they obviously did win out 16-7 just in the previous one. So, Bloggers will take a peek here with the AWP, I guess. No op out yet for Eclot, which makes sense.
It's important for eSuba to win this round, and there's a lot of
Valencio
emphasis on it as well. Valencio burned into a crisp. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. Zesty as well.
Valencia,
Everybody's stepping in the flames.
Valencia didn't get touched by a single bullet. He just sat in a Molotov for 100 health points worth of time. That's ridiculous.
It's incredibly expensive, electricity and stuff like that these days, mate. You gotta go back to old-fashioned way by just burning yourself to a crisp, I guess, to get some heating. But now the heat is on Dynamo Eclot as a whole as well. 3 on 5. At least Destiny's low on health, but which side they're gonna pick is not evident just yet. They're showing an interest in B, but we know that that doesn't mean anything. If Nubik can open up on A side, they might just go down the other end directly. And yet again, Blogger's incredibly low, joining Destiny in that 12 HP squad. At least they'll be holding hands together if they do dive into death. But K1 Feeder is slowly but surely sneaking on through, and it seems that Dynamo Eclot, or it doesn't even seem, I know, they've piqued their interest and made sure that they've taken B. And the bomb actually needs to get there as well and get that plant down. Well, Nubik still tempting. A site. Trying to show a bit of presence, I guess.
Yeah, just faking over here. I like this as well. Even if they're into the site, Destiny has no idea. K1 Feeder with such a good position here, so they can just wait it out. eSuba, even with the time remaining not in Eclot's favor, they should be able to get over as long as Blogis is silenced. Now it starts to get a matter of time, though. Blogis, through the smoke, no good on the shot. And a bomb plant is secure. That did come a little bit too close for comfort, almost. Eclot, they make it work. And still in the man disadvantage, but with really good post-plant positions against an eSuba, who are all retaking from CT here. And again, no utility on the T side. But they're all set up. They come back in. Set up for almost a double crossfire on several angles. Nubik peeks in ahead of time. Gets one down. K1 Feeder brought out. That's just uncaged him. And he picks up a triple around. That's 5 rounds for Eclot. No, it's still nil for eSuba. This one might get out of hand quick if Eclot are going to continue to play like that.
That's not only nil on the total rounds for eSuba, but that's also how many kills they got in a 3 on 5. Dynamo Eclot, they close out the round with all 3 players left alive, a fighting squad resemblant of the movie 300. They made a stand and they were actually able to hold on. No spoiler alert here. eSuba, now they're in a detrimental position, a mag 7. As soon as you see that thing come out, you know you're at your ends. And, well, they're trying to make ends meet here, up close and personal is Peshin. Levi can have a personal conversation with Detour, and all the favorable one for him. At least Destiny is able to return the kill, but Dynamo Eclot still so incredibly dominant. This Max 7 now spotted. I don't think Dynamo Eclot are going to go too aggressive trying to hunt it. That
Blogis! He's caught him out in the meantime. They double cross him. That's put it down to just 2 Eclot players. They will try to go for that base side. Obviously, just a Mac 10 or an MP9 rather over here. Savannah not going to be spotted. He hides behind the pillar. Caps it. Across the effort here in terms of the health points and also in terms of time. He gets it down eventually, thinking that the CTs are closer by, but we'll have to turn around. What a shot! Capson has left it to just Blogis against him.
Oh, he doesn't know.
The 2 oppers on the AKs here as Capson waits it out, expecting Blogis to have ran around the place. He gives Blogis a bit of time here to reposition and to get into those new angles. Plenty of time left. Blogis will clear this. Capson, why is he standing out in the open? Capson turns around. Is Blogis still to win it? Oh, he had my heart there for a moment. Why was Capson just standing in the open? Surely he knew he was eventually going to die.
He thought he had a hard read. He must have heard some kind of noise in banana or something. Yeah. Maybe it was a gun falling from his from the opponent that he already gunned down. An unfortunate raid there by Dynamo Eclot sends this round in favor of eSuba, but only barely. Blogis tempting fate there and pulling on our heartstrings. Finally, they are able to actually get the round and pull in their favor, put something on the board, and at least have a bit of dinner on the plate. Dynamo Eclot, they want to devour you right back there, and a nade landing right into the lap of Destiny. And play a bit of horsey with it. Vida is going to dunk it on Bloggers as well, and a lot of util damage already at the start of this round. And Destiny, it's only going to tally on more.
Oh, Molotov as well. That's locked him in, Destiny, in that he already has a bit of damage dealt to him. We'll play by the cart now. I think they're ready for this. Detour might have just spotted. Walks in. It's K1 Feed to secure the frag. Blog is there for the 4-on-4 now. Gets tagged up. No nades now to use up. But his Capson just takes him out through the wall. That's the B side open. That's a 3-on-3. But despite the dayside look on that base site, the rotations are on their way. Valencio makes use of that. Tags out Peshin. Has noted the presence there and makes eSuba kind of doubt this decision of rotating over. Valencio, all he needs is a frag. He walks away straight. It was back turned. That's really hampered Eclot's ability. Detour back in though. Jumps around, avoids the damage. And can just hold it down from now on. There's a smoke in. The double op now in a 2-on-2 for Eclot. A weird setup for sure.
All you need in the end, but you do have to hit your shots. As soon as you miss one, that's going to be eSuba overwhelming you rather quickly. But Peshin not already falls turn. Surely they know that he's low health as well. Now he's already been reduced to 0 in Savannah. He might just be quickly to follow. He's going to try his luck, swing one and two optional. Detour just flicks on him, and that is the flick of life as well. Turned off for Savannah. Dynamo Eclot yet again with another round in the back, sending eSuba into a tizzy.
Back by 5 rounds as well. Just when you thought eSuba would have been able to establish themselves a little bit in this game, it's not going to happen to them. They get just a few pistols on the board. That's an MP9, but I'm not impressed. Eclot
I think that's fair.
Eclot have impressed me though. I think this T side is looking a lot more solid than what some of these like middly T side teams put up sometimes. They do get a decent amount of their rounds from that T side, but it's Blogus. Good shot on him. What's that? Brought this round into contention almost then. Valencio stuck it up in apartments. They want him to get the frag here, Eclot, because they're rotating over. Oh, but it's Blogus with a second. That's the AK on him now. eSuba have been made more deadly as a result of Blogus just powering up. He gets the AK, he gets the angle on short, but not the third frag. K1 feed it to trade him out. Walks a little bit further as well. Another deagle shot connects, and all of a sudden, Eclot powered out of the round.
Levi is finishing it off as well.
That is an uncanny round. Eclot don't lose those.
Well, they do, mate. You just saw it. I don't know whether you had your eyes closed with eSuba. They managed to sneak away around, and this could be that propellant, that catalyst in order to instill some confidence into your team, to bring yourself to make that comeback, because you've been in a detrimental position, and then you get that one round that's really not in your favor. You know that you can do it. You have that confidence again. Dynamo Eclot, and they're right back to a terrible buy here. Detour with an open. He's going to go aggressive with it. Might just catch one out. Burn into a crisp. Slowly but surely some util damage added on top, and he will get no kill in favor for it. At least he manages to trade himself out, but that's the orb. Potentially in no man's land indeed. They've smoked up Foreign Banana. They could just recover it or throw it out of the map, whatever they want to do with it. It's all theirs.
Nope. You say that. I think eSuba are a little bit afraid of that area now. Valencio! Massive kill. Nobody was guarding towards short. And that gap exposed by Valencio, who is really good at that type of angle. They have 2 Alps picked up. They have a rifle that is there for the... As Nubik will take the peak with a deagle, but nobody holding that angle. So a rifle will be picked up here towards that base site. And Eclot have been made a little bit more deadly if eSuba lose this round. All that they were able to achieve in the previous one with the odds stacked against them then. Well, it's going to turn back all the way. So I think they really just have to close it out now. 2 players will be playing here from CT for now. As Eclot look for B. Disrespecting the smoke. K1 feed only does a bit of damage. I've heard both players in CT though. Nubik peeks out. It's only a trade. And it's Eclot with the round.
Passion far out in apps. Getting at least a whiff of what got them into this position at least. And that's what we're winning that impossible round for them. It's gone awry for them, and well, they're getting rattled. They're getting slammed about by Dynamo Eclot every single time. It seems like eSuba are just poking the bear. They want to get around in their favor. They get it, and then Dynamo Eclot, they bring it back twice as tough and putting eSuba in a rough position. But at least they'll be able to buy up again. You see the money on Levi, and there's going to be this loss bonus tallied on top. Savannah should be able to at least get somewhat of a buy. Peshin can drop a gun. So in that regard, it's not over entirely, but of course, when you're looking down a 2-7 scoreline, you know it's definitely not in your favor.
Pi comes in here for eSuba still, but that is really a rough one to be on the losing end of. What goes about that? Eclot having a chance here to run away with that first half, even on the T side. With eSuba buying up just the rifles here. No op on Bloggis, who has been looking good on this map. Better than maybe even I expected. Considering Inferno is not an Oppress map by any means. He's still managed on even other weapons like the Deagle. He gets put on the A site here with a short setup, it looks like. Coming in from eSuba, very stacked towards the short area. Not one to be hindered by that.
Detour. His presence every single time as well. He's been so aggressive and in a way that you don't really expect the aggression. And with that, he's also got the aim to back it up. He's literally the perfect entry fragger in this particular map, and getting so many key frags to allow Dynamo Eclot to push on further. eSuba, they're in a rough position, but it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. If they can get this round, that's all of a sudden only 4 in between, and well, they kind of get a few on the trot as well. Dynamo Eclot, and of course, they're not going to lay down easy. They're going to fight until the very end. They're going to scratch, claw, and everything. Their way toward victory. Nubik, he's going to peek on out. Bloggers gets blinded entirely. At least Savannah is able to hide in the shadow for just a little bit. That's only a small delay on his death pitching. He's going to have to make this whole K1 feed of the first in his scope. He at least manages to win that battle, but then Detour follows, catches him in the back, and well, Detour already will win pretty much any single battle that you give him, especially when you've got your back turned towards him.
That's the round as well. Probably, even as eSuba trying to make it back. Levi, don't think he has full information of Detour here.
Oh.
If he goes for him, that's quite the detour. So, be rough for him. Oh no! Ooh, another one! Detour, disrespect, and Town getting dirty with it on Dynamo Eclot. He is a disrespectful player sometimes in the best way imaginable.
The family's hosting a funeral for eSuba. Meanwhile, Detour comes on in there and spits on the grave real quick and then skirts on out. There's no respect between these two, or at least not currently in this match. I'm sure off the map and everything, they have a lot of respect for each other because they are two impeccable Czech squads. There can only be one victor, and as soon as you have that, and as soon as you're up against people that you might just call your mates, there's that extra bit of motivation that seems to be captivating on the side of Dynamo Eclot. And they're making their advance time and time again, and any move that eSuba make is found intolerable by Dynamo Eclot.
Oh, great buy here for eSuba. Do still have those rifles on Desti and Peshin, but be struggling elsewhere to make ends meet with a couple stacked up now towards Banana. They want to go aggressive. Detour in there. Been so solid on this area of the map. He comes back in. Only a trade that time. Desti to make it so. Keeps himself in position even as he's naded down. He stacked up that base site initially as well, but have to rotate back 1 or 2. Going a little bit fluid here, eSuba system. Wanting to put everyone everywhere almost. They do end up on the right side, it looks like. Eclot making their move now towards that A site where 3 players are, at least on paper, residing. 2 of them obviously on Arch though, and K1 Fida enters through in that very area. Look at him go. Okay, 2K picked up. Maybe a 9th. Bloggis with that Eagle obviously can hurt, but I don't think he can 4K hurt.
Nah,
this type of
see,
oh no, he
you
misses
remove
on
the maybe.
Yeah,
No
that's
chance. Yep. Ooh. Every single mark that you can get, except Flash, unfortunately, Nubik. He is going for a collection there, and he's just collecting kills left, right, and center. eSuba, there's no way out for them of Lencio. He wants to prevent that even further, but unfortunately, ooh, that's an interesting altercation there. They managed to evade each other with Desti. His steps might be heard, and the dogs are let loose on the side of Dynamo Eclot. Even though they're money, it's not necessarily in a comfortable position. Where you look at the scoreline, you see 2 to 9, or about to be 2 to 9. You expect so much more money, but at least the rounds have been close, and that's been the main regard here. But they're hunting him down. Destiny, he's getting close in from every single angle. And Valencia gonna make sure to put an end to the shenanigans of the hiding, and hide and seek will be ended in a rather detrimental way for eSuba.
They're almost on course for 10 here. Would be such a different sight than what we saw on Mirage, where it did feel very close there in that first half especially. eSuba trying to mix it up. They bring the 2 ops into this round with Destiny and Blogis. Destiny playing over towards that B side as well. They'll go for an early peek here, it looks like. They don't get to. Damage exchanged early on, but all from the utility. eSuba actually playing quite high line here in mid as well. Looks like Savannah wants to peek in after that smoke dissipates. Maybe beforehand. Destiny, good shot. 5-on-4 eSuba. No real chance to refrag initially, but then Detour comes in, fearless as always. Even if he only delivers a bit of damage dealt there, he can keep pushing through. Levi, how has he not seen him? There it is. That's still damaged out. 10th denied. And eSuba actually looked really solid in that one.
Only Detour would be peeking into an op like that, Caps, and at least to get 1 return. And nice from Peshin to put in a few bullets, get a bit of damage, then back down. No need to overstep your mark. You need to keep it contained. You do want that up, of course. So you try and sneak through the cracks here. Levi. I find it interesting, by the way, that it's not necessarily a map where op are shining, yet eSuba did this. They do go for the double upset. Oh my word, what a flick from Captain. And he's got actually the bomb to play with in 30 seconds. This could just be that impulsive round pulled in favor, but he's about to run into another op. He doesn't let down, and actually he's going to return for the frag. Destiny, it's a 1-1 killed Captain. He gets it. This is still possible. Yes, it's very unlikely, but he has got a chance. Levi smoking it out, making it that much harder. He might just have to go with this gun. He's got 1 bullet, and Levi, he's just going to be hiding out. Knows that he just needs to bide his time. Capson doesn't even get the kill, and Levi makes sure to put this round in favor of eSuba.
They were sweating bullets. Capson, that was such a smart play as well. The way he did that second kill, completely found him out. That was at least 1 op taken away, so eSuba don't have that chance. You were bringing it up as he tried that improbable situation. They liked that double op setup. You liked that double op setup from them. Now they don't even get a chance to run it back.
Money on the Suba. Scamp. On Dynamo Eclot. They're living lavish. Detour. He's been laying down a lot of time and time again. eSuba, they've not been able to get out of their hidey holes and punch back in every single time they do attempt it. But eSuba, they might just get aggressive down banana yet again. Detour caught in an awkward position. Levi will close in on him. He oversteps his mark there, though, and K1 Feeder at least manages to get the return kill here. eSuba, they are getting the trades.
It is contentious up in top banana, though. So Valencia plays his typical angle over by Boiler. Nubik boosts up. Logis misses! And it's punished by Nubik, who comes back in to at least deliver a bit of damage. Destiny finally blown out of this round. And that should be the free B bomb site. At this point, Capson goes for a quick plant, not to be punished. K1 Feeder gets deep into church. Savannah's heard him with both CTs and CT. Oh, but he peeks out. So well timed to leave Capson against Peshin. This is 4-10 rounds again. As Peshin waits it out, expecting Capson to be proactive. He's everything but that. Just holding the angle, staying confident on his opening ability. And why shouldn't he? As one position is mollied out, Capson not touched by it, can keep waiting. As the time starts to run out, Peshin peeks in. Capson just gonna jiggle peek back and forth. What a flick that is! On the no-scope as well, it's 10 Eclot. Free
Can we get a
eSuba.
replay? That was all. He was off the screen on my end. And that was not a no-scope. That should be not a wall bang. That's a crazy shot by Dynamo Eclot for their double-digit round as well. eSuba, they're getting nothing in their favor. Every single attempt is put in the dirt. 6 feet deep is where they're currently residing, and I guess that's where you're gonna have to try and consult the mole man and potentially get some strategy. And I don't think that's it. Slashing your teammate in the back. Levi having to start this round with a 70 health. I guess eSuba, they just like to play this game on hard mode.
If you'd allowed me to go big picture, I feel like Eclot, I love this. The system they're running on this T side, it's almost like they're playing CT side, right? They're devoting these different areas of the map to different players, like you're playing on CT, where typically it's Detour K1 getting to play that base site. We've seen Valencio very often make his move towards Boiler, and that's not atypical, but the way they're doing it, especially in their case, is just putting a lot of trust in one another, and the likes of Valencio to win out in just 50-50 duels, not really needing to back one another up, even in the defaults, where typically you'd like to sort of group together a couple teammates. They win these 50-50 duels so often, already doing a bit of damage here, but with 50 seconds, I guess they are grouped up, and I guess it is that A site.
Rely on each other heavily, and they're gonna have to rely on the Savannah trying to hold where you will come out of his little crevice, quickly gets a bullet in the face and consulting the moment, and it doesn't work once you get put down there yet again. Nubik peek and one, and making sure that blow meets the same fate. At least Peshin is able to make a hole, and that's a 3-piece from Dynamo. Eclot, they've been reduced in their numbers heavily, but now Levi can only do it with 70 bullets or 70 health, and gets bullets into the body as well, quickly reduced to 0, and that slider is not going to be fun on the side of eSuba. If you had a slider for the balance of power, it would be marginal right now for eSuba.
Are Eclot, you've seen both play, and you've seen both play today. Are Eclot your tournament favorites now over Nexus Gaming? Because I think that was the debate coming into the playoffs. Is it Eclot, is it Nexus, who were supposed to be the grand final teams, even if, you know, that wasn't that sure. Look at Blogus, by the way. First, before you answer that, let me hold you. Blogus getting a trade because he is aggressive as always. But now I do want to answer. Sorry.
If you look at both their performances of today, not their peak performance, but literally their performance at Dynamo and Eclot have been so much more resilient and so much more consistent in every single step of the way, and I think that should favor them. But you've always got that low Nex pop-off potential, and just in general, Nexus pop-off potential. I think tomorrow we should have an incredible battle, but Dynamo Eclot, they're not past the finish line just yet. We've all seen some memorable fails for that, and some impeccable chokes where even the Heimlich was enough to save a man. As Dynamo Eclot, he's going to go back for the AK, I guess, wants to play with that. Fair enough. If you're Detour, you can do anything.
It's the final round of the first half, so investments, money spent, money wasted, not really going to matter all too much. Capson misses on that opening shot, though. That is rough. You can see him now, him being the only one to rotate. They know that the op was on the B site, so if he just shot out there, he didn't. And they would have been able to know that there wasn't a rotation. Here is the B site attack coming through. 2 players to guard here, just like on the A site. No rotations were caused. Levy stands up top. He gets the one. Detour has to refrag. He does, but only with 96 damage taken. And Eclot desperately trying to get the bomb down, but it's Detour outrageously getting another one. As if it didn't matter. Capson in amongst it as well. Now in a 1-on-1 to take a 12 for this half. He did it for the double digits. Now to get back to what would be almost unrecoverable as we switch over the sides. Capson, he's done it before here in the 1-on-1 on this very site. He hides behind. He waits out that bomb a little bit. Savannah with no kit, time dwindling. He'll have to sit on it. The nade doesn't do him in, but their bullets do. It's 12 for Eclot. And it's eSuba with a mountain to climb now to get back and to remain in the series, remain in the tournament.
My stomach acid level is rising heavily purely because Dynamo Eclot are being so disgusting, making me want to vomit. That shot through the smoke, that is exactly why a Detour went back all the way to T-spawn purely to get that AK in favor instead of the AWP. And Well, Dynamo Eclot, if they win this pistol, surely that's it, done and dusted. It's just a formality at that point, but eSuba at least have a man in the meeting, an inside man perhaps, to try and break through the ranks here with Dynamo Eclot. They're rising through the ranks and surging above expectations. Sure, oh my word, Detour, he will do it yet again every single time. He's disgusting.
Wow. You just marvel sometimes, don't you, at Eclot's level of ability with be it the pistols or the rifles or even that op. Some of the shots they're hitting, man. It's absolutely crazy. The worst part is they keep going. As if you want to keep moving in towards Detour. Or for that matter, K1 Fida, even as Detour goes down. He hit that first shot, doing plenty. K1 Fida steps up, but only to actually back away here to set up for more post-plant. Yes, eSuba not being afraid. After having one man taken down, pace off there, gets a bomb plant. Now a 4-on-4 retake attempt from the CTs. eSuba setting up with some time to spare. Oh, but then Desti caught off with that timing. And now Eclot have that man advantage.
Into sight, Valencio just tapping away. Hatchin getting away at least with his life for now. Gets down K1 Fida even. Valencio will make the battlefield not even out whatsoever. And Nubik, plenty of time on the diffuser. Dynamo Eclot. This all facilitated by K1 Fida knowing when to back down and knowing when to stand your ground. And he knew exactly when they rushed into sight, as soon as they got down Detour, you just want to escape into that construction area. Make sure that even if they do push you, you might just be able to get at least down 1-0 with you. But everybody except Peshin on the side of eSuba has a negative KD.
Obviously, these teams have played before. Both series and even on this map. And I think we've seen similar results there, to be honest, in previous results. The likes of Detour really performing, and the likes of Eclot really just being one level above. Detour comes back in there, complete banana control. eSuba funneled in towards that A site where Nubik stands, where Nubik holds up for 2. As eSuba, yet again, tagged down to the bare bones.
No flesh on them. There is no way for eSuba to get back the amount of rounds that Dynamo Eclot were able to tally on as well. I'd say no way. Sure, there is a way if you're under influence of a lot of illegal substances that we will not name for the sake of this broadcast. But Dynamo Eclot, they surely have something in their breakfast as well, a breakfast of kings. They might just be able to crown themselves elite finalists of this tournament and at very minimum bag themselves 3K, but that's only the next step. They still have to get there, and Dynamo Eclot, they've just inched closer yet again.
That is eSuba on... Wow. If you're 3-14 down, you generally, you don't want to have unarmored, barely upgraded pistols.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Genuinely, I don't think you want to be 14-3 down either. But
yeah, very fair.
That's more about their CT side, which should have probably played a whole lot better. It felt like this T side was lost from the start, but then haven't got around yet on it, so can really only blame themselves in some regards. As Caspin peeks in, a good peek on it. Not going to show himself off too many times, but it's a double flash in. And he keeps on working as Capson picks up 4. No! And as Peshin is tied down, it'll be 15 Eclot. We really wanted him to get that ace, but in the end, didn't even need to. Eclot on another level. That was kind of clear looking at Mirage, but it's even more clear here.
We have to remind ourselves, this is the bloody semi-finals. The bloody semi-finals, and Dynamo Eclot are dominating like this.
And what record do they have?
They have, throughout this entire tournament, sure, it's not the biggest tournament ever, and not an incredible amount of maps played, but every single map that Dynamo Eclot have played, they've stopped their opponents before they've reached 10 rounds, or double digits for that matter. The highest that anybody's gone was to 9, and Dynamo obviously winning out with 16, and well, it is very likely going to be happening here as well. eSuba, they would need to get 7, and that would only be to prevent that statistic from going on any further, and at least bloggers make sure that Capson's life doesn't go on any further.
What a record for Eclot so far. As they look propped, as they look really ready to take on Nexus in the grand finals. Only 2 kills away, and those don't seem too distant. Bloggers does get 1 kill, but Peshnet's back turn. They both go down. It's 16-3. And it's going to be Dynamo Eclot moving on to the grand finals. What a turnout that is for them. What a tournament they've been having. And what an exciting grand finals we have ahead of us, Hyperia. That's tomorrow, unfortunately, for us watching tonight. But I think we do need some time to recuperate. Even after 2-2-0 series, there are clearly so many talented CS playing individuals on the server right now, with Nexus on one end and Dynamo Eclot on the other, with that impressive record you mentioned during the game. 16-3 after winning. Obviously 16-9 there in the first game, but wow, just so impressive, right?
It is impeccable work by Dynamo Eclot to be able to dominate that much on your opponent's map pick and then dominate even more on your map pick. It is incredible work, and I can't wait to see them back tomorrow as well, because both teams have been showing their prowess. Both teams have been showing their mechanical skills in terms of aim, and Detour versus Lonix, that's a battle I want to see every single day of the week.
Me too. And the day of the week is Saturday, tomorrow, when that will be going down. That's slated for 18 CET. That's 6 p.m. CET. Make sure to tune back in for that, because that's going to be so much fun just to witness, just to bear witness to. Even if the Czech Derby ends with quite the blowout, especially on that second map, Dynamo Eclot, they make it work in the end. And I do want to hold you to this, Hyperia, if we don't go back tomorrow. Who's winning the round final? Eclot, Axis.
Eclot, I'm saying it.
All right.
I was so impressed by them today.
Score. Does that double-digit streak you brought up even get broken?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Right.
there's going to be an overtime tomorrow as well, mate. Telling you.
Oh, a lot of predictions coming out of you. I like that.
Yeah.
We'll have to have more of those, but until tomorrow, we'll just be left to wonder. We'll just be left to doubt. Make sure to tune back in for that game tomorrow at 6 p.m, the grand final between Nexus and Dynamo Eclot, to no longer wonder, to no longer make just predictions. We'll see you back then for what's going to be an exciting day of Counter-Strike. This has been me, Strommers, Hyperia, signing off for tonight after so much Counter-Strike being played, 5 hours of it. We'll see you back tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye for now.